Thank you for being here with us tonight. Please rise for a moment of silent meditation. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, one and indivisible. Thank you.
The most up-to-date list of speakers.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. At this time, we will hear from all of our registered speakers, both those who signed up to address agenda items and those who signed up for the hearing of the community. We are glad you are here and look forward to hearing from you. We'll group our speakers by format rather than specific topic, beginning with Zoom speakers and followed by in-person speakers. Public comment during school board meetings will only be available to those persons who have signed up to speak prior to the meeting time per current protocol. Verbal and other disruptions by persons during the school board meetings are not acceptable as they inhibit the board's ability to conduct business and the public's ability to observe those processes. Disruptions do not serve the interests of the students of HISD or the community. Persons who participate in such behavior will be given one warning, and if the disruptive behavior is repeated, they will be asked to leave the meeting. We have 35 registered speakers who will be limited to 1 minute per person per board policy, as we have more than 30 speakers signed up to address the board tonight. We ask that you stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as their identity is protected under the law, but you may name your own child. I ask that you please respect our procedures and the other speakers and end your comments promptly when your time has expired and the timer rings. If you're signed up to speak via Zoom, we must see you live with your camera on as you speak. Ms. Smith, can you please identify and admit our Zoom speakers?
Sarah Rivlin, please turn on your camera. You may begin.
Hello?
You may begin.
Hello?
Please turn on your camera so we can see you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
Okay, you're on.
19 of the reconstituted schools are A and B rated. Do parents in those schools know that the new teachers aren't required to have any teaching experience? Even worse, Amplify, this required scripted reading curriculum, is very bad. Teachers say it's developmentally inappropriate and dry. This is an actual writing test in a second grade Amplify workbook. Why is the War of 1812 often referred to as America's second war for independence? In your response, describe what caused the war and Great Britain's three-part plan for defeating the United States. Some teacher quotes about Amplify. The children are so overwhelmed, they cry because they don't understand it, and the speed of the lessons doesn't allow time to go back and reteach it. There's nothing decorating the halls. I didn't want to hang worksheets in the hall. I wouldn't want my children taught this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker. Ms. Smith, do you have the next speaker?
Melissa Yarborough, please turn on your camera. You may begin. Just a minute, she's joining. Melissa Yarborough, please turn on your camera. You may begin.
Ma'am, you have a minute. Please go ahead.
Is it my turn? Thank you. Q is hemorrhaging teachers and staff right now. We just lost our principal this week. Mr. Miles says the changes will attract the best teachers, but they are really scaring them away. They're removing our teachers and staff. You have already reached your goal. destroying our individual school community and identity so that you can copy and paste your charter model there. Our school garden, STEAM projects, Girls on the Run Club, and much more are all shriveling up with the removal of the teachers that supported them. Mr. Miles called critics of the NES fearful because the plan is new. First of all, we want to be heard, not patronized, please. Secondly, it's actually not all new. A lot of it is just sending us backwards, back to ESL instead of dual language, back to electives not being important enough to have certified teachers, basing everything on test scores, and assuming it's the teacher's fault when research has shown for years that test scores correlate to students' race and socioeconomic status, which proves, by the way, that students need more resources and support, not to lose the teachers who care about them. The NES is not a new bold plan. It's full of antiquated ideas that are sending our schools backwards.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Pamela Bovelin, please turn your camera on. You may begin. You may begin.
Ma'am, please go ahead. You have 1 minute. Ms. Boveland, can you hear us?
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am, you have a minute.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
I can hear you. Thank
Okay,
you.
please.
I'm very concerned, especially in this atmosphere of Juneteenth, when our vote is being taken and it's so many people died for us to have those votes. Hattie Mae White had to endure years of racial slurs and attacks. But more specifically to the agenda item, please do not allow the watering down of magnet programs. That's all he wants to do, is water it down. And so while other schools will maintain their quality magnet programs, the 28 schools that he's decided needs his help, which most of them do not, because all of them are Bs, then it is imperative that you not do this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sister Mama Sonia, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Ms. Lucas Roberts, can you hear us?
She's in, but she's not on.
Ms. Lucas Roberts, you are ready to speak. If you can please turn on your camera.
She may have stepped away. She's not. She's in the room, but she's not.
Okay. We'll move on, and if she's available later, we'll get her in. Is Ms. Moreno on?
No, that concludes our Zoom speakers.
Okay. That concludes for now our Zoom speakers. Next, we will hear from our in-person registered speakers. All speakers are assigned a number according to when they arrive to check in. We'll begin with speaker number 1, followed by number 2 and number 3, and so on. Please state your name when you begin speaking. And I think I have a list, so I'm going to try. Michelle Williams is our first speaker, I believe. Ms. Williams, thank you. You have a minute.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Michelle Williams.
No, go ahead. We'll come back to whoever. I think that was somebody on Zoom, but go ahead, please.
There's no debate that all of you all are successful individuals, so this should be easy for you all to understand. Under TEA's job description, it says that you assume all the powers of our elected board members. What I'm saying to you all today is our elected board members would never allow any superintendent to miss public comment. It sends a message of disrespect and unprofessionalism, which I know none of you all would actually allow that at your board meeting. So I'm asking you all today to actually set expectations for him that are professional and respect our communities. Also, I've given you all packets on TIA Please don't allow him to change our teacher evaluation. We just transitioned to TES, and it's not fair to take money from one system to another for NES schools. Educate yourself on House Bill 3, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, number 2, is Christy Brewster.
Yes, I'm Christy Michelle Brewster, certified school nurse. Yep, I'm back. Back again. Last week, I heard the justification for the request for the homebound waiver, and it was said something like to help improve special ed. Well, in the eligibility, it said special ed and regular ed. What's happening to my regular ed students? I didn't hear any justification for them. Please advise. Secondly, you already know this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Pregnancy-related services uses homebound services. We call them PRS, those of us who worked in the district. That special pop uses sometimes special ed division and regular ed. Please advise. Will they have this waiver request? Lastly, you already know this too. Community Services Schools provides homebound services for Houston ISD. Wonderful program, very needed program when it's managed appropriately. Please advise, are we going to have services for our students? I'm concerned about all students, not just the 28 campuses who are now called the not everybody schools. I'm for everybody. So let's act like that.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Jessica Campos. Speaker number 3. Yes, ma'am, you have 1 minute, please.
I would like to acknowledge Mr. Miles. He did come outside after the media left on our protest that Thursday morning. Thank you for coming out to speak to us, Mr. Miles, but we aren't buying what you're selling. I'm really glad that we were able to get your attention and that you recognize that you made all these drastic changes without our Spanish-speaking community's approval or acknowledgement. Please stop keeping the truth from our people and putting us at the end of the line to speak. I was here last Thursday, and although I got here early, you put me in a room with a camera and a screen, and I sat and looked around, and all I saw was black and brown faces, and I realized that you used the Zoom room discipline strategy on me and my community. I've never felt so discriminated. I don't think that you did your homework before you arrived in our city. Before you came here to make these drastic changes, you would have realized that the largest portion of Houston population is Hispanic and that 35% of them are Spanish speaking as a first language. But you want to take away our dual language programs. Our community is 97% economically disadvantaged, and you want to take away our wraparound specialists.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Analia Espinoza. Ms. Espinoza? And then after her is Ms. Ruth Kravitz.
Hello, my name is Analia, and I would like to speak on behalf of the next generation. You taking our schools because they seem unfit to your eyes despite the hard work and effort put into them truly makes me believe that you see us as nothing but black and brown schools in a not so wealthy community. Now you're trying to take away opportunities such as magnet and bilingual classes because they seem unnecessary to you despite them being one of the many reasons these children succeed in life. Then you will no longer tolerate bad behavior in schools, and by doing so, you put these children in classes by themselves, away from their classmates, only to look at a screen and nothing more because they were too difficult for you. I say this because I was put in a similar situation for a whole year, all because of a mental disability that the school had no tolerance for. I beg you to not make children slaves to your education system where they cannot express themselves through art or through opinion. We have a voice. Why try to change a community that has been built on teamwork and try to break it down because it's not to your liking? I hope that you finally take our voices into consideration, and by doing so, you let these dedicated teachers have their jobs back, because they are the reason my sister, who has struggled with a disability all her life, is thriving and successful in her classroom. They are the reason these children have been able to express themselves and just be kids. We've gone through so much painful change through these past years, especially with COVID, especially as a small community, so please do not take what we have built together away.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Ruth Kravitz, followed by Tia James Glenn, and then Susan Espinoza. Ms. Kravitz, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Ruth Kravitz. I wish Mike was here. I'm a former AP Calculus and math teacher and administrator. Student outcomes are important, but not if test scores are first and students a distant second. According to your evaluation model, principals will be evaluated. I mean, not your evaluation model, Mike Miles, who's not here, evaluation model. Principals will be evaluated on whether their teacher evaluations align with student performance. This will force principals to evaluate teachers entirely on predicted student performance and not at all on the quality of instruction and the capacity to inspire. Students are human beings. When kids sleep 4 to a mattress, they do not need more test prep. They need 3 or 4 more mattresses. I have a friend who is the best English teacher in America. She tutors every day, teaches new English language learners, and makes learning come alive. When her students experience homelessness, hurricanes, and shootings, her scores do not always shine. At one of 4 NES schools, her principal would have to evaluate her harshly based on predicted test scores. This is wrong at every level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Tia James Glenn. Yes, ma'am, you have 1 minute.
Okay. My name is Tia James Glenn, and I'm a current HISD parent in the North Forest feeder pattern. My daughter is a recent graduate for pre-K4 from Farmwood Early Childhood Center. I want to stress the importance of early childhood centers in the district. With their prioritization of pre-K, it allows them to focus on education and socioeconomic learning for those kids to have those kids ready for elementary. We want to feel seen and heard. This community has yet to feel so. Many decisions were made without community involvement or visits, especially when we were shut out of meetings. It is insulting to make visits after the decisions are made, which is like a dictatorship, which I learned in my HISD high school. Clarity is the key to trust. Transportation is an issue in this district. Kids can't get the education they need if they can't get there to get it. What about kids that are hungry or have family situations? We have yet to see how that's being addressed when the school year instead of throwing money. And we're just asking for equity and education in all areas of the city.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Susan Espinoza. After Ms. Espinoza will be Courtney Revels and then Sam Smith. Ms. Espinoza, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. I am an HISD teacher of 26 years. I've taught special education all of those 26 years here in HISD. I have lived in HISD my whole entire life, and I am a taxpayer and a voter. I have block walked and I have knocked doors for my school board members. I didn't vote for none of y'all. None of y'all did I vote for and worked hard to get you in that position. So as a voter, I do not approve of this board. Secondly, as a teacher, many things have already been brought up. Things that are going to be taken away from our children. I've worked in special ed 26 years. I know what children in need look like, and taking away things they need does not foster success.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Courtney Revels, followed by Sam Smith and then Allison Chapin. Ms. Revels, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Courtney Revels. Hey, y'all. I live in the North Forest area, like the other young lady, the Not Everybody Schools area. And I was just wanting to speak on not to approve the remote learning, because we've suspended so much board policy as of already. This could have some unintended consequences. So suspending another policy is just not something we're in line with. Like someone said earlier, these are not decisions that our elected board would be making, and our superintendent at least faced the fire before. He had the same group of people having the same issues with our schools, just not being invested in by the state. It's always been a state issue. We deal with recapture. That means they take our money. We can afford to pay our teachers, but they're taking our money and putting it back into state revenue. So, yeah, don't approve that. No more suspending board policies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Smith, followed by Ms. Chapin, and followed by Erica Washington Phillip. Mr. Smith, thank you. You have a minute.
Good afternoon. I see Mike Ford not here today again. My question is, for the 29 schools that's in my area on the north side, y'all taking the programs out that help the kids. So my question is for you board members, when you going to grow some balls and tell Mike Miles no? Because our kids, I live in, our kids are underserved. Kids don't have meals at home, their lights is off, they're sleeping on the floor, and mom and dad in jail or brother raising their kids. I'm asking you board members today, grow some balls and tell Mike Miles no.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Chapin, followed by Erica Washington Phillip, and then Norma Thomas.
Good evening. My name is Allison Chapin, and I'm a teacher in HISD and a member of HFT Local 2415. I wish to address the board this evening concerning several items on the agenda. Item number 1, the budget shouldn't be approved because of the loss of wraparound services and other campus-level roles that directly service student needs, mental, physical, and educational. I find it odd that there's $2.6 million being put into instructional and school leadership, but there's only one. I'm so sorry, I got my numbers mixed up. Anyway, you shouldn't be paying the board for more chiefs than there are Indians, and that's the way the budget looks to me. And you're taking money from counseling and guidance and mental health services for students. Also, number 2, number 12, number 21 through 23. Totally against all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss Erica Washington Phillip, followed by Norma Thomas, and then Ann Eagleton. Ms. Phillip, is Ms. Phillip here? Miss Erica Washington Phillip? No. Miss Norma Thomas? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You have a minute.
I'm Norma Thomas. I represent the Partnership for School Improvement, formerly the Coalition of Schools in Acres Homes, where we once held charter with Houston ISD for oversight of our schools until a new leader came in with a new plan and watched all of our schools begin to struggle. I will forward information to you about our organization so that you have it before you visit Acres Homes next week. We're asking that you visit us not just to come and tell us what it is that you plan to do, but to also listen to your taxpayers and your voters, because we are intelligent enough to know what it is that our schools need in our community. We do have questions, and we hope that you will make time to answer those questions. For example, number 1, why is Highland Heights on the NES list? We meet with our principals every month, so we had no indication that Highland Heights needed to be on the NES list, and we need answers. We also want to know are you aware that some of the things that are proposed in the plan have already been done in HISD and have already failed? We would like answers. So we hope that you would come to Acres Homes with us, and please make sure Mr. Miles is present and on time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Ann Eagleton, followed by James Wooten, and then Hector Morales. I think it's Mr. Morales. Ann Eagleton?
Hi.
Yes,
I'm very concerned with the way the meeting went last week. It was supposed to be a budget meeting. The CFO spoke for 8 minutes. Mike Miles spoke for over 2 hours. I still don't have a clue what you're passing. It's like you borrowed a page from Nancy Pelosi of you have to approve it so we can know what's in it. That is not appropriate. That is not transparency. I'd also like to talk about that setup last week. I just want you to know, why were you at 8-foot tables? Was he afraid you would have fisticuffs? I mean, it was ridiculous. You kept people out of the room so you could have a ridiculous furniture arrangement. And it made you all look small and silly. He works for you and us. not the other way around. And that the tail is wagging the dog, and make it stop. We don't want to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is James Wooten, followed by Mr. Morales. Mr. Wooten, you have 1 minute.
Yes,
sir.
my name is James Wooten. I work for HISD at the Houston Museum of Natural Science. I'm speaking to ensure that this changeover doesn't impact the program that's been serving fourth graders at the museum since about 1966. They come to our museum, they receive a learning lab experience, a planetarium show, and a guided tour of the museum. For many of these kids, it's the only chance to visit the Houston Museum of Natural Science. I don't know if anyone in here was in fourth grade and came to our museum, and they get a chance to see a planetarium show and, of course, to interact with actual museum specimens like this. These things are hard to replicate in a classroom. And we design our labs and our planetarium shows to reinforce the Texas TEACS and the HISD scope and sequence. So as you make all these changes, make sure that kids don't lose these kinds of experiences that they otherwise would never get to have, even going all the way into adulthood.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hector Morales.
Good afternoon, Madam President, board members. My name is Hector Morales. We represent the support staff here in HISD. My Vice President, Ms. Lozano. I hope you received the two copies that I gave you guys to look at. My member who I represent was currently terminated by HISD for financial fraud, but actually it was the principal who did it. You should have received both invoices, and both invoices look exactly alike. The only difference is the one that was approved was for student program kits, which the students never received. I think if you're going to come in and try to do the right thing, that you need to look into the fraud that's being committed by some of these principals at these schools, and that needs to be looked at very thoroughly. I hope you received the two invoices that I gave you. The difference is one says student program kits, and the other one says stuffed wing meals, including 3 wings, free, fries, and a drink.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Selena Manzano, followed by Elizabeth Ortiz, and then Stefan Hester. Ms. Manzano? And is Ms. Manzano going to have...
She will need an interpreter, so I'll interpret for her.
Okay.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Selena Manzano.
Good afternoon, my name is Selena Manzano.
Soy una madre de la escuela Pew Elementary.
I'm a mother from the Puke Elementary School.
Quisiera que este mensaje no se distorsione
I wish that this message is not distorted,
y los hispanos tengamos un poco más de atención.
and that Hispanics have a little bit more of an attention.
A nuestras escuelas nos están quitando a nuestros maestros, a nuestros directores y al personal de la oficina.
They are removing teachers, principals, and office personnel from our schools.
Por favor, ya no nos quiten el programa bilingüe,
Please
las
do not
clases de arte, las bibliotecas, entre otras.
Please do not remove our bilingual program, our art, our library, amongst other things.
Necesitamos a nuestros maestros, a nuestra familia Pew.
We need our teachers, we need our Puke family.
Díganme, ¿cómo le explicamos a nuestros niños que todo su personal será distinto?
Please tell me how are we going to explain to our children that their personnel is going to be completely different.
Que ya no serán las mismas caras conocidas que los reciban todas las mañanas.
That it will not be the same face that they know that will receive them every morning.
Queremos salvar a nuestros maestros. Por favor, escuchen nuestra voz hispana.
We want to save our teachers. Please hear our Hispanic voice.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Ortiz. Ms. Ortiz, you have 1 minute.
My name is Julia Ortiz, and I'm a 6th grader in HISD. Thanks to my teachers, librarians, dual language, and magnet programs, I'm able to communicate and read in 3 different languages: Espanol, El Arabiya, and English. This week, I read Good Reason Houston's report on HISD. What I found the most interesting was the chart showing us kids as market share for charters. This is basically equating us to candy bars sold at the gas station. By the way, I do not like being called market share What I also don't like is being equivalent to a STAR test results. About STAR, I really don't like how you made our teachers scripted and pushed us onto computers instead of face-to-face. Every child deserves to learn from kind, caring teachers, librarians, and nurses, and for you to trust them.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to speak with us tonight. Mr. Hester, followed by Sean Rushing and then Sarah Terrell. Mr. Hester, you have 1 minute.
I'm here to address Mr. Floyd, Mike Miles, the man that cowardly didn't show up today until after everybody's done speaking. Mike Miles, your real name is Floyd, a black man's name that you don't carry and you're ashamed of carrying, so you use Mike. When studying history, Floyd, don't you know that slave masters use half-breeds to carry out their plans? Not saying that mixed blacks aren't black, because some of our strongest leaders were mixed, but there were others like you who were appointed by his master to destroy and divide the slaves, which in this case, the poor and underprivileged kids of my community of Cashmere Gardens and Fifth Ward. You will not fool us with your military awards and diplomacy, because the military has never served my people. It has only served the white man's agenda of colonization of the world. Now I'm asking you, Floyd, please step down, because Fifth Ward won't. And as well as all you people sitting up at these front desks, they just put you here as a distraction as well. You guys serve no purpose sitting up there. Y'all just sitting here so y'all can separate yourself from the people.
Ms. Rushing, followed by Sarah Terrell, and then Kendra Yarbrough Camarena. Ms. Rushing?
Good evening.
Thank you.
My
You have a
name
minute.
is Sean Russian, and I want to let you all know I know what the hospital model is. I worked at MD Anderson for 28 years, and one thing that you're missing when you choose to change things is you're missing service excellence. You're missing the facts that you need to engage all stakeholders. The stakeholders are not just the children, they're not just the adults, they're not just you all, they're not just the superintendent, they're all of us. Also, I would like to just share with you some of my concerns, because as one who has demanded that my children receive a free, appropriate public education, and one who tried charter schools, I ask that you realign your thoughts. Respect and empower the fact that we choose HISD. For many years, many of us have worked to ensure the children of our communities have access to more than our children had. However, we have had plans and individuals who visit for short terms and then leave us to move on to other projects or experiments. As you implement your plan for pay increases for teachers, which I support, please allow your leadership and that of board of managers to include stakeholder feedback in which you listen and understand. Remember, when you are gone, we will still be here, because we live here and we strive for our children to be educated in HISD.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our children are resilient and will adapt. Yet again, let's move forward together, because we are Team HISD and nothing less. The noise is our voice, loud yet proud, and
Ms.
present
Rushing.
to represent every student who chooses HISD.
Ms. Rushing, thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Terrell, followed by Kendra Yarbrough Camarena, and then Vera Moore. Yes, ma'am.
Run it like a business. But when that business product is children, you don't say that part out loud. But it's simple. We're going to slash magnet programs to save money for the vaunted teacher pay raises. We're going to use 1099 contractors instead of real teachers. So let me tell you what I saw on the internet of what dyad looks like. On the video on YouTube, and I'd send you the link, but you don't have emails, you can see some pretty interesting stuff. You can see a kid, a bunch of kids on stationary bikes. I believe Mike talked about that last week. You can see some kids in a hot parking lot doing something with traffic cones and a basketball. You can see a bunch of what appear to be fifth grade boys sitting on a cafeteria floor playing patty cake. Yes, patty cake. I assume that's phys ed. There was one more scene of a classroom with people, with one boy running and everybody watching.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
Destination 2035, like Destination 2016 and 2020 before it, is a pump and dump, and we're going to get dumped.
Thank you,
You're
ma'am.
going to be dumped with it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vera Moore, followed by Karina Quesada, and then Allison Newport. Oh,
Gracias.
sure.
All right. So my name is Kendra Yarbrough Gambarena. My overall concern for tonight is that the board is considering suspending policy that was created based on the vision of the district. I know in the past, visions change, and in the past, when the vision changed, the policy is amended, not suspended. And that's a big difference. And so one of my concerns with this is that when you don't have any policy whatsoever to provide any type of guidance, then there becomes a problem with any type of, it's almost like unlimited government, what I used to teach, okay? It's unchecked decision making that occurs. This may be your goal, I don't know. It may be that you have not seen the big picture of the potential unintended consequences of you suspending this board policy, even if it's temporary. But you need to really think large, because when you suspend this board policy, whichever ones you decide to suspend tonight, there will be unintended consequences, and you will be the face of that.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Karina Quesada, followed by Allison Newport, and then Maria Benzon. Ms. Quesada?
Vera Moore before.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vera Moore.
Okay.
Ms. Moore, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Vera, and I am in high school in HISD. It is wrong for you to make every teacher in 28 schools, including Sugar Grove, which is in my area, reapply for their jobs. This undermines the stability of teachers bringing to our learning, where we spend 8 hours a day. Teachers are really important in my life. My 9th grade geography teacher helped me learn so much this year. I don't know how he did it, but he helped all my friends because we are now more focused this year, and we knew he cared more than just about our grades. It is hard to be a kid living in apartments without many resources, trying to do the best I can to recover from the COVID isolation. Teachers are the backbone of our education system. They inspire us, challenge us, and guide us towards the realizing of our full potential. We, the students, should have the say in the education we receive and the teachers who shape our future.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Karina Quesada, followed by Allison Newport. Ms. Quesada, you have 1 minute.
Hi, I've provided for you a report titled The Challenge of Disruptive Leadership in Dallas ISD, an examination of the Miles administration's goals and leadership practices. This report was commissioned by the Foundation for Community Empowerment back in 2013. I doubt you had a chance to read it before tonight, but I urge you to read it. Many of the changes he's imposing on these 28 schools are old, tried, and failed reforms. You don't have to wait and see how they'll play out. You've got a report right there detailing it. Do not change or suspend any of these board policies. Do not give Miles a blank check. And if you're not going to make magnet changes at all magnet schools, then definitely vote no on this. Children in these 28 schools deserve more than test prep. They deserve to read books and go on adventures. Don't condemn them to boring star passages. They deserve librarians and certified teachers for electives and specialties. All kids do, not just those in affluent areas. If this board wants to make big changes, try small class sizes with certified teachers for all classes at these schools. Relationships matters. Making teachers reapply for their jobs sends out the message that you don't care about them. And let's be clear that this stunt would never be done in an affluent school. You certainly wouldn't be trying any magnet changes there, because for years, anytime a superintendent wanted to bring some changes or equity, those people have showed up and stopped any changes for equity.
Your minute is up. Thank you. Ms. Newport, followed by Ms. Benzon, and then Ms. Sage Bittner.
Good evening.
Ms. Newport, go ahead.
My name's Allison Newport, and I'm the parent of 2 HISD elementary schoolers. Please consider delaying voting on magnet changes until you have more information about this NES program. It sounds too good to be true, and we don't have enough details. How does this work financially? How do we pay teachers better and pay them $100,000 a year, but it's still budget neutral? That doesn't make sense. The math does not add up. In other schools, Miles used a teacher and a teaching assistant assigned to multiple classrooms teaching virtually. Is that the plan for our schools? Please, I implore you to find out before you make these changes.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Maria Benzon, followed by Ms. Sage Bentner. Ms. Benzon, you have a minute.
My name is Maria Benzon. I'm addressing item 21, suspending regulations regarding applications and interviews. I teach at Sugar Grove Academy and work with an amazing educator like Mr. Chin, who all these teachers teach math to newcomers and students with disabilities. On June 1st, the last day of school, Mr. Chin flew to China. When he landed on June 3rd, he found out he had to reapply for his job since SGA was an NES school. Mr. Chin turned his 10 weeks off to 10 days. The NES website states, if you have an immovable conflict, contact the hiring manager. He did, and was told that there were no other offerings outside of the dates June 28th to 29th. His wedding day is June 30th in China. That's 8 days from now, but he has to be here in person. He set his wedding date 3 years ago and on the other side of the world, but he has to be here in person. Apparently, in Mr. Miles' administration, employees should prioritize their job over their families. Our students deserve the best teachers. HISD should do better to retain highly qualified teachers like Mr. Chin. Please work with him so he can interview and still have time to make it to his own wedding in person.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Adita Sage Bittner. Ms. Sage Bittner.
Hi, my name is Adita Sage Bittner, and I'm a fourth grader at Conda Elementary. I love my teachers, and I love to go to the library where the librarian reads interesting books to us. I like learning about math and science, too. When I'm older, I want to volunteer at a doggy daycare. I'm here because of items 22 and 23, plans to evaluate teachers and principals. I understand that you are super focused on test scores, but please listen. I am more than a test score. My friends and I are more than our test scores. Our teachers and principals are more than our school's test scores. My friends and I like learning cool facts, collaborating on projects, and sharing what we researched on Google Slides or posters. If your main focus is the star and evaluating teachers and principals with this, then I'm afraid that teaching will be focused on passing the star and not inspiring us to learn for the sake of learning. On behalf of my friends and classmates, please value our teachers and principals for educating us as human beings and future leaders, not as test scores. Thank you.
Thank you. Did one of our Zoom speakers
our last
join us?
Yes. Sister Mama Sonia, you may turn on your camera and begin.
All right, here I am. Disrespect us, misuse us, never listen to us. Y'all don't really care about us.
Ma'am, I don't think your video is on. Can you please turn on your video?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
I keep hitting it. Now, let me start over. Disrespect us, misuse us, never listen to us. Y'all don't really care about us. I come here to again say that this takeover and your alleged service is a sham. You are illegal. You are the epitome of taxation without representation. You are puppets. We have no way to contact you via email, no phone, unless the HISD website has recently been updated. Do any of you all even live in our Black or brown communities? Miles, where are you? I wish I made over $1,200 a day and not have to show up for work. This takeover, and you are a travesty, and all you ought to be ashamed of yourselves for denigrating our scholars, teachers, administrators, schools, and support personnel. And last week, having an awesome young man arrested for just trying to come to a meeting, restricting access to a board meeting. Shame, shame, shame on you fascist demagogues. Disrespect you, violate us, ignore us, refuse to listen to us. Y'all don't really care about us. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. Sir, in the white suit, this is a warning to you. Please do not interrupt or disrupt this meeting, or we'll have to ask you to leave. Thank you to everyone who spoke tonight, especially our students, for being here tonight with us. Our next item on the agenda is that Mr. Superintendent Miles has a presentation regarding Destination 2035, which he spoke about at our last meeting, but which he will, I think we're going to have a video. Is that right? Mr. Miles? Mr. Miles, you have the floor.
Madam President, members of the board, thank you for giving me some time to talk about Destination 2035. The board has had some information about it, but I want to give a lot more detail tonight and go through this PowerPoint and then take your questions. I think I'll stop every once in a while so that we don't have all the questions at the end and give you an opportunity to respond to various parts of this. So the first thing to say is that there are a lot of good things happening in HISD. There are several good schools. We have schools that are getting some We have some schools that are doing well. There are magnet schools that are doing well. But not all kids are in schools that are doing well. Let's look at just a little bit of the promise that we have in the education profession. When I grew up, education was the great equalizer. The more education you got, if you worked hard at school, even if you were in the zip code of high poverty, educators could change your stars. Schools could change your stars. As you know, I grew up one of 8 kids, poor. My father's black, my mother's Japanese. She didn't speak English. My dad was often in Korea and Vietnam. And we didn't have a lot, but we did have an education. And I got lucky because educators helped me. And I've always been grateful to them. But the promise of education being the great equalizer has largely been broken. That promise isn't true for all kids. That promise has been broken. In HISD, yes, we have some good schools. We have schools that are doing well, and we have kids who are performing well. But the vast majority are not. Let's look at the data, and then we'll talk about things that are not data. So, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, that's the nation's report card. It's the most consistent test or assessment that American kids take because it's across the country and it's been given year after year. This is the latest one. The nation, let's just take 4th grade reading, for example. The nation's proficiency level, or kids who are meeting standard, reading at grade level, is 32%. 32% of our kids can read at grade level in the country in 4th grade. That is low. I hope as a country we're not satisfied with 1/3 of our kids reading at grade level. Texas is close. So the Texas schools have 30%. That's close to the nation. So that's at least where the nation is. Large urbans, so other big cities, because people recognize that cities have challenges that maybe some other places don't. Large urbans is 26%, and Houston, HISD, our district, is at 19%. We can look at all the other scores, and it's similarly low. Lower than Texas, lower than the nation. So problem number one is that our achievement is low. And we don't have to just take a look at NAEP. I'm going to get to STAR in a second and then other exams in a minute. But problem number two is that our proficiency has not risen over 19 years. Take a look at, for example, at HISD's 4th grade proficiency from 2003 to 2022. By the way, all of this is publicly available information. People can look up the data themselves online. We've grown 1 percentage point in 19 years. 1. That is not a story that we want to brag about. 8th grade reading, 4 percentage points in 19 years. Yes, we grew 4 points, but over 19 years, I hope nobody's celebrating that. So problem number one, low proficiency rates. Problem number two, continually low proficiency rate, which is a systems problem. But problem number three is probably worse than 1 or 2. and that is the achievement gap. Take a look at the right-hand side of the screen. Yes, our white students are doing fairly well, at 60% reading. That's good. That's comparable to the rest of the nation and to the Texas schools. But black students are reading at 11% proficiency. Hispanic students at 14% proficiency. The gap is too large. It's 49% for African Americans. It's 46% for Hispanic students. In HISD, these are kids in HISD that are compared to each other. This is publicly available too. And I hope, well, we can look at more data. This is math. The gap is even worse. Problem number one, low proficiency. Problem number two, unable to improve the proficiency over time. Problem number three, which I think is an equity issue, is the gap is too big. So some people ask about the NES schools, for example. These are the STAR scores. Maybe we don't want to talk a lot about STAR, so let's just talk a little bit about it. NES schools on average for the fourth grade reading is lower than HISD, which I already told you was low. Fourth grade math, 33 compared to 41 for HISD. Middle school, it's worse. 22% of the math students, eighth grade math students in the NES schools are proficient or above. And then it gets worse in high school. 15% of our high school kids in Kashmir, North Forest, and Wheatley are doing algebra at the proficient level or higher. 15. So if you look at these three slides real quickly, one thing you notice is that the proficiency gets worse as they get older, which means that this is a feeder pattern problem. You can't just address one school, a high school with 15% math, and think you're going to solve that problem without addressing the education of the middle schoolers who are feeding into the high school. But let's forget all the data. Forget the STAR scores. Forget NAEP. And I want to ask you and the community and everybody on staff, can the kids read? So forget the scores. Let's ask the question, can the kids read? And the kids on average are not reading well. So look at the STAR scores, right? The accountability. There are accountability scores of schools in NES that have a B. And then the kids are reading at a 20% proficiency rate, 7th grade. 20%. So it's important to look at the accountability scores. It's important to look at the other scores. Most important is, can they read, do math, and do they have the competencies to be prepared for year 2035? That's the question. And the answer is, we're not reading well. Now, some people want to say that the kids are doing well. Some kids are, no question. We are a tale of two districts. One where kids are doing fine, where the many magnet schools are doing fine, and where this group is not doing fine. And yes, it's an equity issue, but first we got to face the brutal facts. If we think we're doing well academically, then everything you're going to try to do and I'm going to try to do will be seen as for naught. But the facts are the facts. Our kids deserve better than what they're getting. But there's a fourth problem. A fourth problem that hopefully the board, because of your vision, is also going to address. Even if our kids could read at the proficient level, even if all of them could, we still have a problem. And that is the world has moved on. And there are year 2035 competencies that our kids need, like information literacy, problem solving, learning how to learn, working in teams, working with AI, communications. Those are really key things, not just for high schoolers, but also for the kids who are going through this system in 12 years, so that they reach year 2035 ready. Problem number one, low proficiency. Problem number two, inability to move that proficiency rate over 20 years. Problem number three, achievement gap that's way too high and is an equity issue. Problem number four, we're not spending enough time on year 2035 competencies. Our kids won't be ready. So then the question is can it be done? It's not like people haven't been working hard. It's not like there haven't been other superintendents or programs. It's not like there haven't been other school boards working hard to try to solve this problem. The answer is, it is possible, but we have to work differently. I tell you right now, I say in public, I've said this to the staff, to the principals, and the teachers, HISD cannot improve this system, has no chance, zero chance of improving or changing those data or getting kids to read or preparing kids for the year 2035 if we keep doing the same thing. You're going to get a lot of comments over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, that we want to protect the same thing here. We're going to protect the same thing there, and that is a recipe for failure. That is why the scores haven't changed. That is why you have separate interest groups wanting to hold on tight to what they've always done. So what to do? Before I tell you what I think the direction we should go, I have to talk about one other thing, and that is the system. I know this is complicated for some. Let me try to break it down, what it means. Every system is designed to get the results it's getting. Every organization is designed to get its outcomes. If they want different outcomes, they have to change the system. Right now, HISD has the system that is getting the results it's getting. I'll wait.
Are you asking for questions?
What's that?
Are you asking for questions?
No, not yet. Just in 1 minute, though, ma'am. I'm waiting for the disruption.
Sir, in the blue jacket, you're disrupting our meeting. If you continue to disrupt, we'll have to ask you to leave.
All right, so every system is designed to get the results it's getting. We need a different system. We can't get different results if we don't change things. We can't. There's no way to do that. So we'll get different results if we change the system. It's like trying to change a system by only changing one piece. The biggest problem with urban districts over the last 20 years is that we do incremental piecemeal reform. Piece by piece, Band-Aid by Band-Aid. And one of the reasons is because boards and superintendents draw back as soon as there's criticism of one thing they're going to change. So they don't change much. They change one piece that won't insult or embarrass or make angry any part of the community. We, education profession, we leaders in education profession have done this over and over again over the last 20 years. And it hasn't worked. And people are going to try to convince you to do this, and we'll be here again 20 years from now with the same scores. It would be like trying to take a watch and making an Apple Watch by changing one gear. It's like taking Blockbusters and trying to make it a Netflix. There's no way you can change pieces of Blockbusters to make it a Netflix. So here's the vision. Here's the vision for people who want to hear the direction of the district and what we will try to do as a board, as an administrative team. We have to do whole-scale systemic reform. Not piecemeal reform, but whole-scale systemic reform. We're going to try to do 150 schools, whole-scale reform, and I'm going to explain what that means in a minute. Not 273, because there are some schools that don't need transformation. There are particular conditions, there are particular areas, context, doesn't require them to change whole-scale. But there are enough schools that are struggling, that need additional resources, that needs a different system, a transformative system, that we have to do whole-scale reform. 150 of them over the next several years. Let me stop there and take questions related to either the data, the system, and then I'll get into other goals and actions.
On the data, sir, can you tell us, and you're probably going to get into this in a moment, but tell us on the data that you've looked at, how that relates to or informs what the plan is that you're going to set out for us.
Yeah, so the whole focus, and you'll see in the goals, is to help kids read better, do math, and prepare for the year 2035. So the plan has to be informed by data, whether it's reading data, math data, or other data related to the competencies. So foundationally, one of the foundational skills, even for innovation, is being able to read. Even in the year 2035, you have to be able to read if you want the higher skilled jobs, if you want to be competitive in this environment and world. So reading is foundational. We will do other things, yes, but reading is foundational, so the data around that is really important. And so that's why I bring up the data. We have looked at, and we could give you many more slides on individual schools around the data. And again, not all schools are failing, not all schools are doing poorly, but many schools are. And so the plan is around bringing those schools up, keeping our strong schools strong, helping them with a little bit of improvement, but there's no need to take anything away, and we're not going to do that. And we're going to add to these schools too. Other questions?
Mr. Ravon?
You've alluded to the fact that accountability scores don't equate to academic success, and I was wondering if you could expand on that thought.
So it's not that accountability scores don't matter or don't relate. They do correlate. So accountability, but we have to be clear about what the actual data means. For example, we in education, we in Texas in particular, should have been a lot more honest about what the accountability score meant last year. When the scores came out a year ago, what it really meant, and we should praise what we can praise, but let's also be honest about where we are. The year before last year, the scores fell incredibly low. Because there was a pandemic, because it was COVID, the scores dropped incredibly. So there was reason for that. Last year, the scores went back up, but they went back up to normal, which was already low, in reading and didn't catch up in math. We, all the districts in Texas, got extra credit, more points, because of the growth. So when you drop down low and you come back to where you were, it's going to look like huge growth. It is growth, but it's growth that's from the bottom that we reached. And so now when we get the new STAR scores, there's going to be scores that are much lower because we no longer get credit for the growth from way below. So we haven't been honest. So the accountability score, if you have a B, it's because you grew a lot, or the CCMR is another story, but let me just focus on the growth. If you got a B, it doesn't mean that your kids can read at grade level. 20% is not reading at grade level. It is for 20%, but 80% are not. So that's why, I mean, we shouldn't discount accountability, okay? That's not what I'm saying. But we should understand what the accountability rating is. And those of us who do data for a living can explain that rather than looking at a B and saying everybody's okay. So I hope that answers your question, sir.
By hand raise, anybody? Any other questions?
Yeah, go ahead. Any other questions?
Jeanette?
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, so what we're trying to do is a few things. Because the how is also important, right? It's not just the vision, it's how you get there, and you have to set some goals. A plan without goals or metrics is just a piece of paper. So we have goals and we have metrics for almost everything, as you've seen in the action plan, the 225-page document. But basically, this is it, that we're hoping to have a good discussion with the board at some point. Decrease the number of DNF schools from blank in 2023 to fewer than 10 by July 2024. Now, I don't know exactly what that blank is. I have some initial data from the what if data from the state that says that number is going to be much higher than it is today. So that's going to be a seriously hard goal to achieve, but that's the goal. By the way, it's also one of the goals, one of the criteria for getting out of the intervention is not to have any schools with multiple years of DNF. So we want to get out of the intervention as fast as we can. That's got to be part of the goals. But at the same time, we're going to raise the overall accountability rating for the NES schools. We're going to achieve a 1.7 years of growth on NWA math and move the percentile growth 7%. That is a tough, tough goal to achieve. What that says is we're going to try to grow the kids almost 2 years, 1.7 years of growth. Most people only expect schools to do 1 year of growth in 1 year's time. Our gap is too high. If we have 1 year's growth in 1 year's time, that gap is going to be the same or just a little bit improved 10 years from now. So we have to do better than that. 7% percentile. If the gap is 30%, in 4 years we close the gap. If we get 7% percentile growth, that means moving the proficiency 7% a year. Most schools and districts wouldn't put anything up like that because the gap hasn't closed and they'd be afraid that they're not going to meet that metric. So we're setting challenging goals, real goals, that the board will hold me and the staff accountable for. Improve the quality of instruction. Yes, the quality of instruction is a leading indicator. Most strong principals and administrators can go into any classroom, or a school, stay for an hour, look at the quality of instruction, and tell you where your achievement score is going to be. Quality of instruction is a leading indicator, and we're going to focus on that. There hasn't been a focus on quality of instruction. We're going to do it, and you can see those goals right there. Third thing, special education has been a challenge for this district, but all districts. Yes, there are compliance things, and by the way, the district has improved on identifying kids faster. So that's a bright point, and that's a good thing to celebrate. We're not done with that, but that's a good thing. What we as a profession, and HISD also, has not done, we have not recognized and done something about the SPED load on our SPED teacher, the amount that we require special education teachers to do. Not only are we insisting on great instruction, but we have all this paperwork and compliance. So we have to address that clearly. And you know that in the plan we've talked about before, we're going to do that. At the same time, we're going to make sure that our special needs students with special needs, get great quality instruction. Some of our special needs students aren't getting good reading instruction. Sometimes a kid, and I say this as a person who's been in the field for 35 years, or 28 years rather, I say this as that because I've seen it where sometimes students are identified as a special needs student, but they never had good reading instruction. So they can't read, and then they get identified as special education a couple years later, 3 years later. So we have to do a better job in that, and that's why that's one of the goals. Finally, CCMR. I talked about year 2035. People are right to say that some of our schools are not getting the same amount of resources, the same programming as other schools. That's true. And one of the big areas is college, entering public service, and graduating with an industry-approved certification. We need to grow that. We also need to upgrade our CTE programs, especially at the NES high schools. Why should some schools have much better CTE programs or magnet programs and other schools are not? That doesn't seem right to me. That seems like an equity problem. Does it take more resources? Yes. That takes more resources. Now, what we're not going to do, we have schools that are doing well. And while these schools have magnet programs and CTE programs that are at this level and resourced well, we're going to try to maintain that for the schools that are doing well, trying not to take away. However, in order to provide greater resources here, we have to find money in the budget by cutting, being more efficient. And when we get new monies, it's not going to be spread equally. It's going to be prioritized to the schools that are the most needy with regard to our services. So services provided for our most needy schools is one of the things we got to do, and we got to prioritize the need. How do we get there? How do we get there? Here's what it really takes, guys. I got to spend a beat on this because it's not just about the programs. It's not just about the money. It's not just about how we prioritize. It's not just about the programs. It's about the courage. One of the things that I've been so proud of the board on is the courage you've already shown. I'm asking you that over the next year or two, you show the same level of courage day after day after day, because that's what it's going to take. I've been there, been through the fire. We're going to get, I will get criticized. I'm okay with that. I get paid for that. I apologize to you right now. I apologize to you right now because you're going to receive some of that as well. And board, you will receive some things as well as you already have. But let's not make light of the fact that this job is going to require all of our team, all of you, and actually members of the community to have courage to do things differently, to hear things that are not true, and still
Ma'am
stay
in the red
course.
shirt here in the center, if you'll please keep your comments to yourself and not interrupt what Mr. Miles is trying to say today. If I'm forced to give you another warning, then I'll ask you to leave. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think you know what I mean, and it's going to be a years-long process, guys. The reason why schools have not done, or districts have not done what we're going to do is because of this. Not because they don't have the right plan. The second thing is a sense of urgency. We could have waited. There's no question, right? We could have waited, done 60-day or 90-day listening tour. Then we could have gotten 5 or 6 committees together to help put a strategic plan together, and I could bring you a strategic plan in April, right? And that strategic plan would have piecemeal things that don't make nobody angry. We could have done that. And had we done that, our kids would be a year further behind. A year further behind. Because the adults have all the time in the world. I have time. Even Jim Terry has time. But our kids don't have any time. So we have to work with a sense of urgency for kids, to put kids first over adult issues, because adults have time and the kids don't. So, whole-scale systemic reform, how do we do it? You can't do the whole district at one time. You can't do whole-scale reform at one time. It's like building a plane while you're flying it. So the way we do it is what's called split screen. You take a subset of the district, you whole-scale reform it, and then it will, over time, you grow that subset. That's how we do it. And that's why 240 schools this coming year, won't have a lot of changes. 240 schools will have some changes, of course, like special ed we're going to do across the board. We're going to improve special education services across the board regardless of the school. We're going to have a principal eval across the board regardless of the school. But other than that, most of the 240 schools will see very few changes that are substantive. The other schools, however, will be part of the new education system, and they will see whole-scale systemic reform, but mostly in a very supportive way. In fact, I'll tell the board right now, we'll have more data for you. At the principals training last week, many principals came up, and we had a meeting today. This room was filled with principals who are considering, who want to do new education system. They came up to me last week, dozens of them, said they want to do NES, and I wasn't planning on it, but we're considering allowing them to do the NES system if they, on a totally voluntary nature. So we gave some information today that shows you, despite the criticism comments, that the principals understand this is a supportive thing. This is an equity thing. This is more resources to these schools. They get that, and so they want part of it. And so I need to bring the board more information. It's just preliminary, but it's in response to principals who want to do this, not just these 28 schools. All right. So I'm going on a little bit long, so I'm going to rush through the rest of these slides. Before I go any further on the how, does anybody have any other questions before I go further?
I do have one question, Superintendent. Good afternoon. When I saw this. So I know that in HISD, historically, we've had programs that kind of resembled some of this. Achieve 180, Rise most recently. And I think from what the community has shared historically, that hasn't been as successful. So from a sustainability perspective with this program, how do we make sure that long-term wise, well, short-term in the next 5 or 6 years while you're here, and then long-term wise, it's still successful?
I'm trying hard not to give you a movie quote from Gregory Hines' Tap. I don't do it like everybody else, remember? So the reason why those reforms have failed or have not been as successful or as impactful, because you're absolutely right. I mean, every superintendent has outlined this program, that program, that program, right? Everybody who comes in does that. So why is this going to work? Because it's whole-scale systemic reform. What does that mean? It means you take a school and you fundamentally change all the big pieces around it because it's a system. So we change the instructional model. We improve the curriculum. We change how teachers are coached. We change the evaluation system. We change the staffing model. We change how people are paid. We change how we treat teachers as professional, where their copies are made for them, lesson plans are given. We do all of that at one time because it's whole scale. If you just do one piece of it, it's like curriculum, right? Let's say you say we need a new curriculum, but you don't have a program, or not a program, a system to implement it, to ensure that it's implemented correctly. Then it doesn't work. And you have curriculum or textbooks in boxes in the closet. even though you said you're going to implement a new curriculum. So it's whole-scale systemic reform. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I understand the urgency, and seeing the scores you showed earlier, that completely makes sense to me. One thing I do wonder, as you comment on how we won't impact schools that are high performing, is I'd be interested in metrics and understanding what good looks like in HISD. What can you comment on related to that, given our diverse district?
Yeah, that's a great question. It involves a number of things, but let me just give you the big bullets on what good looks like. Number one, good looks like great quality instruction. We have spent 4 days with principals. We're going to spend more time with principals. We're going to spend more time with teachers on what exactly that means, so that everybody here or all my leadership team can walk into any school and at least have the same common language about this is what great quality instruction looks like. It's research-based. It's well known what good quality instruction, but we need to be consistent, and everybody needs to know, including the superintendent, on down to the assistant principal. So that's number one. Number two is you have to have good, strong curricula, right? So things like a science of reading curriculum, those are the things that you need to help all kids. Number three, you have to be able to have high-quality instruction delivered by effective teachers who can get outcomes for kids. And then I can go on, but there's a couple other things. You have to have special education programs so that we're serving our neediest kids instructionally, not just through compliance. We have to have strong CTE programs, career tech ed, so that kids are prepared for college, career, the military, public service, or an industry-approved certification. So our strong schools, when we say effective schools, it's not just the ones that are getting A's and B's. It's the ones that are doing these things for kids. And that's what we'll try to preserve. And right now we have a lot of schools that are doing that. The reason why it's 150 and not 273 is because we have schools that don't need transformation, because they're doing what the things that I just talked about. Thanks for asking the question. Okay. All right, I'm going to race through these. Number one, got to have great quality principals, strong teachers. So effective principals will have effective principals who understand high quality instruction, and they know that their job is going to be improving the quality of instruction for our students. Division superintendents are going to have good unit leaders who then have good principals who are raising the quality of instruction in the classroom every day. There has not been that focus. There will be. Principals have said they're ready to do this. They want compliance and some reports taken off their plate. So we're in the process of looking at every single compliance report that a principal has to do, and we're going to take it off. We can't take everything off their plate, but we can take a whole bunch of it off so that they can focus on instruction and leadership like they want to do. The same thing goes for teachers. Got to have high quality instruction, have to get good feedback. I've never seen a coach on a football field who would show up to practice every 3 or 4 weeks. They're on the field, they're shoulder to shoulder, they're coaching side by side, they're in the classroom doing job-embedded professional development. That's what we're going to have as the second priority work area. Priority work area 3. Central office. You all saw at the last budget meeting at the last week that the central office expenditures have risen 61%, while at the same time we lost 27,000 students. That wasn't my slide, that was the last administration slide that they presented to the board in May. But, it's confirmed by us that that's the case. Central office has ballooned and number of students has declined. We want higher salaries. We want to prioritize our resources. We need to cut down the size of central office and make it more efficient. That doesn't mean that there's people aren't doing a job in central office. All of the people that are in the central office are doing a job. The question is, can we prioritize and make things more efficient and effective so that we push the resources to the classroom, push the resources to the schools? That'll be much more effective, cost less money, and then we can put the money into salaries, into special programs for our most underserved kids. Reading. Yes. Reading, wars are over. In the end of the day, in order for a kid to read well, they have to be able to decode, that's what the D stands for, and they need language comprehension, which is knowledge, content knowledge, to support that reading. If they don't have content knowledge, it's going to be very tough. So that's one of the things we're going to focus on. Pre-K. Just today, I had a conversation with Marisol from early childhood. I told her one of the things we want to do was start with the NES schools, and then we'll also try to tackle the 8 early childhood centers. I want only 15 kids in a classroom. 15. Not 22, not 30 like they have right now. Some of the classrooms have 30, some have 22. I said a good reading program for pre-K, or good program for pre-K, has 12 to 15. So she's going to look at that. I asked her to tell me how much that costs. We're going to do it for the NES schools to start. Then we're going to look at the 8 early childhood centers. We're going to have to spend some money to make sure that the pre-K teacher only has 15 kids, not 22, not 30. I've been in the pre-K classrooms with 25 kids. That's almost an impossible job. You know, so we're going to have 15. I told her also that if, because of the size of the school, let's say they only have 6 classrooms, but they have 70 kids, 15 times 6 is, already the too many or kids in the classroom. If we have to add kids to the classroom, if it's 20 or more, then we have a pre-K teacher and an assistant. You follow me? So we're going to shoot for 15. Can't always do it based on the number of classrooms. You follow me? Then we're going to add a teacher's assistant. So we're serious about this, willing to spend money on this. We're going to start, can't do the whole district, guys, but we're going to start with the NES schools. So you can see, I hope you can see already that NES isn't about taking away. NES is about giving more. And then we're going to do as many other schools as we can. So 8 early childhood centers are all over the district. They're not located in NES. We're going to do the same thing at those centers. And then eventually, if other schools have trouble staffing their pre-K and they have more than 15 in a classroom, we're going to try to cut those back down to 15. Can't do that overnight, but we're going to start that way. So everything we're talking about is more support. It costs money, but we have enough money to do the supports for 28 schools, even if we don't have it for the whole district. All right, number 5, special ed. We've talked about special ed. There's a lot that we have to do. It's not just compliance. SPED teachers are focused on compliance because that was the law and they had too much to do. We're going to put teachers' assistants. We're starting with NES again. More support for NES, not taking from NES. More support, special education in particular. Those teachers will get a teaching assistant who can do some of the compliance things, can put together the paperwork for ARDS, can look at IEP progress monitoring, that sort of thing. That's going to happen in our NES schools. And eventually, I don't want it to seem like only NES is going to do stuff. We're going to do SPED across the district this year. We can't do everything that the NES schools are going to get across the district, but eventually that's where we're headed, okay? Because special education is a national challenge, not just an HISD challenge. And I really respect SPED teachers who teach students with special needs. It's a really hard job. And I'm talking about life skill kids, teachers also. It's a really hard job, and we need to do something about that to help them teach our kids better. We're pushing the supports to the schools, like I said, and that's a SPED support for every unit. There's 12 units, SPED support to the schools. And yes, we're paying them more. We're also going to do sunrise centers. And people talk about SEL. So one of the things that Houston HISD has done well is wraparound services. There's a program called Purple, Unitas does it, and they do this platform, and every school engages in that, and that's a pretty good wraparound system. It doesn't provide all the answers, of course, but it's a pretty good start. Every school has a wraparound specialist, or I forget the exact title, I think it's wraparound specialist, but that has also been very good for our kids in HISD. So that's not going away. What we're going to do is we're going to add SEL. One of the things we're trying to do is we're going to locate 6 sunrise centers. We're going to try to co-locate them with the community. And that means there's community that part of the community already provides either food service, clothes service. And for our neediest students, we're going to co-locate with them, with the community centers. We're going to invest $2 million in each of these centers, not counting the staff, so that we help them to help us. And that should be good for the community. This is an additive thing for our neediest kids. So the kids who are struggling the most with health or emotional services, they will have their schools, yes, still. And on top of that, we're going to try to benefit the community through Sunrise Center. And our most needy students, or students who are most traumatized, can also have an additional center to go to, as well as their school. This is not a new problem in HISD. Our facilities have some challenges, partly because we haven't passed a bond in a while. And so we need to continue to improve the safety. We actually need to improve a bond, but what I've asked Wanda Paul to do is to do another security audit. And by the way, the last administration didn't ignore this either. They also did a security audit. They also did TEA's required audit. We're going to update that. We're going to triage that. And so one part of these things that we need we'll pay for this year. The most needy facilities with regard to security, we're going to dip into the fund balance and try to do that this year. And then hopefully the board, you will discuss whether or not we go out for a bond at some point. New education system, I won't spend a lot on this except to say, teachers, there are schools and districts where we have not treated teachers like true professionals. What I mean by that is we have given them so much to do, so many extra things to do, that they can't focus on the main job, which is the quality of instruction in the classroom. And we need to treat them, it's called the hospital model for a reason, because we need to treat them like they're doctors. Only thing is we can't pay them like they're doctors, but we can raise their salaries, right? And what we need to do is make sure that administration, deans, counselors handle the discipline, so teachers can teach undisrupted. We need to provide their lesson plans for them. They can tweak it if they want, but we need to give it to them. We need to give them the PowerPoint, the demonstration of learning, the assignments, the answer keys. We need to make copies for them. This is what we're going to do in the new education system schools, by the way. We're going to make copies for them. Papers, not the demonstration of learning is graded every day by the teacher, but outside of class, any grading that has to be done is done by support personnel. We're going to do 4 periods of duty in a month, so limited duty. That way a teacher in our system will have better work-life balance, right? That's what teachers want. They want to be able to go home at 4:15 and be done. They want to be able at the weekend be done. Now, a lot of teachers are going to do extra work anyway, and that's okay. They're going to stay after school and do after-school tutoring. That's okay, but that's their choice. They're going to get paid a good salary here in the new education system school, which is the way it should be, right? $86,000 average dollar salary, $86,000 average salary for the NES middle schools, plus a $10,000 stipend. That shouldn't be like, oh, wow, that's great. That should be, okay, that's normal. That's the way it should be. And we're going to try to get there eventually in HISD across the board. We don't have enough money to do everything. We got to start somewhere. Teachers want that. Teachers don't want a career ladder where it takes 15 years. You start at $60,000. The last board raised starting salaries to $60,000. That's a good thing. That's a good thing for any district. But then it takes 15 years to get to $72,000. That's too long a wait to raise your salary that only $12,000. Whereas when your peers out there who also have degrees are getting a lot quicker advancement. So good starting salary, let's do better than that. We think the number of teachers leaving mid-year is going to continue to trend up. So we're going to do a new staffing model where the goal is to treat teachers like professionals, doctors, and also make sure that a kid has 185 student-teacher contact days of high-quality instruction. This year it'll be 173 student-teacher contact days of high-quality instruction. I'm almost done, guys. Then I'll take questions. We need to implement a new evaluation system. Despite anything you've heard, I just give you the research. If people are willing to look at research and facts rather than anything on social media, you'll see that the evaluation system has been one of the best things for the Dallas Independent School District. And so we're going to implement the new principal evaluation system this year, and then we will follow that the following year with the teacher evaluation system. You will have a lot of pushback, you'll have a lot of noise around that because people like the status quo. Even though this evaluation system will give them way more money and will measure a teacher's quality of instruction as the biggest component of the evaluation system. Finally, two things. There's a lot of autonomy in this system, and that's been, Terry Greer put that in place, and there was a good reason for that. And it also did some good things. But autonomy without accountability is a recipe for status quo, low achievement, and not prioritizing resources. In other words, keeping the haves with the haves and the non-haves with the non-haves. And so you can't have an autonomous system without accountability or without prioritizing resources. I want to say again, this is not an attempt to take away from any of the schools that are doing well, okay? I've said that several times. I mean that, and you'll have to judge that when you see us actually do it, go to school. And the money we're going to spend. Not one magnet school over here is going to lose a program. So what we're going to do is make sure that autonomy is earned or defined. Okay, that's what this is about. And then finally, vision is what's required. Of all the things that you want in a superintendent, it's leadership, vision, and making the tough decisions few others are prepared to make. That's what's required. This is about looking down the road to the year 2035. If you don't put stakes in the ground as to a possible future, then any path forward will do, and it's almost always the path you're on, which we have said over and over again is not going to close the achievement gap or get kids prepared. This district has zero chance of improving if it does the same thing over and over, and if it has no vision of the future. So Year 2035 competencies is about that. It's about not just CTE. It's about art of thinking. It's about information literacy. It's about critical thinking. It's about problem solving. It's about learning how to learn. It's about dealing with AI. Those are things we also have to incorporate into the education of our kids, all of our kids, so that we don't leave anybody behind. Of course, I got to leave you with a movie quote. This is from Interstellar. When the robot says to Matthew McConaughey, it's not possible, when he was trying to dock his spaceship to this station that had been blown up, or at least part of it blown up. And he says, no, it's necessary. It's not impossible, but even if it were, we have to do what we need to do for our kids. It's necessary. The year 2035 is just around the corner for our kids. We don't have time. Kids are behind. Many kids in our high school are already so far behind. We're going to try to catch them up, but the truth is, it's going to be hard to do that. They can't wait 1 year for us to do serious things, bold things, to help them now, not a year from now, not 2 years from now, and certainly not 20 years from now. Who has the first question?
I appreciate the bold vision and the comprehensive nature of the plan. I want to ask you a question about pre-K. Can you tell us a little bit about the importance of pre-K to this plan and the outcomes that we're going to see over time?
Yes. We know that if kids have some language acquisition and some content knowledge, just a little bit, early on, before they get to school, we know that they'll be more successful and have a better chance of reading by third grade. That's in all the research. I don't have to tell you that. And so in HISD, we do have 8 centers, but it's not enough. And we do have, I think, 117 schools with pre-K programs. So that's a good thing. But guys, there's 273 schools, right? So, and not all of them are elementary. I think we have 160 or 170 elementary schools. So not all of our schools have pre-K. I asked today what percentage of the NES schools has pre-K, and it's, I think, 11 out of the 19. So 11 is good. So let's not call it a disaster. That's a good thing. But can we help the other schools provide pre-K for our parents? It's a complicated problem, so I'm not discounting it. For example, if you want pre-K in a school, you have to have a bathroom really close by. You have to have room enough. You have to have enough parents who want to bring their kids there, so that you at least have a classroom of 15, so forth and so on. So it's nuance. But to answer your question, the more pre-K we can do, and the more we can do strong pre-K, not babysitting, the more we can do educational pre-K, the better our kids going to be able to navigate kindergarten first and read by third grade.
Any other questions from the board? Ms. Linder?
One thing I wonder that I'd appreciate discussing is with the plan to incentivize teachers and attract the best teachers to our district and to our neediest classrooms first. What do you think about the, how do I say this? What I'm interested in is exploring how that addresses the lack of, let's say, teacher diversity in our classrooms, and how many of our teachers, don't look like the children that they're teaching, and especially from a male-female ratio. It's I've read a lot about how important it is, to have male leadership and teachers in classrooms for our boys, who are also struggling so much. So I'd appreciate understanding a little better what you envision around outcomes and increasing teacher diversity with this plan.
Yeah, I'm hoping over time that we will attract a diverse teacher population. Right now, we do have a teacher shortage. We have some vacancies, and I know that the principals have erred on the side of getting a teacher, and diversity hasn't been as high a priority. We can make it so. Over time, I think there's an assumption, and I think it's a good assumption, that our teachers of color will be as effective as any other group of teachers, and we're going to draw from surrounding areas and internally to staff the schools, first NES, but all the schools. So I think that the challenge for the first year is to attract people from outside the district and also from inside the district to serve all of our kids. And I think this is a long-term problem where we grow our diversity over time.
Any other questions from anybody on the board? Mr. Martinez.
So I have a question with regard, and again, it's about sustainability for me. So, example, let's hope Wheatley gets, a B rating over the next 2 to 3 years. At what point in Wheatley School or any school that is part of the NES, when does the financial support stop and the additional resources? Is that a continuum? They will continue, obviously, as long as you're here. Other administrations can make additional changes, but when do we stop or start?
Yeah, that's a great question. So once we put the NES system in place, that system stays the system. High quality curriculum, strong differentiated instruction, staffing model the way it is, evaluation system, higher salaries through the hospital model. The one thing that may change over time is the stipend to teach at an NES school. Right now, that stipend is $10,000 because of the tip of the spear that's really new. It's first time out of the chute, right, so to speak. So that stipend over time is going to decrease as we get more NES schools and it become a normal thing. But one of the things, and you may have read this about the ACE program, once the supports for ACE fell off, which should have never happened, once those supports went away, the student proficiency dropped. Not plummeted, but it did drop. So we have to be careful about that. But it's a system that we're putting into place, not a program. So we're going to keep the system.
Can I follow up real quick? Thank you for mentioning ACE. So I think that's probably part of the budget question I have as well, is that obviously one of the motivators for individuals, to your point, is financial, right? $10,000 stipend, which is great for any job. Are there any concerns, or I guess, what are we implementing to ensure that quality teachers continue to be part of these NES schools and don't drop off because of the stipend?
Right. So you're asking all the right questions. The answer is you have to have a high salary, not based on stipends, right? So high-quality teachers are not just motivated by money, but there's no question that salary counts, okay? And we should be able to pay all of our teachers at some point $80,000 average salary within the next few years, but the NES schools, hopefully we can get them to $90,000 and then the rest of the district will catch up. We can do that without stipends and we will attract a lot of teachers. Can we today pay all of our teachers $90,000? No. But we could, if we were way more efficient, we could pay them $80,000 average salary. We can't do it overnight because it would mean changing the entire structure, which we are slowly doing. But over the next couple of years, and I don't want to pinpoint 3 years, but in the next 3 years or so, we will try to raise the average HISD salary for everybody, $80,000 average salary. Average salary. So some will be making more, some will be making less, but the average salary is $80,000. That is our goal. We can do it if we work much more efficiently, and we will.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Just kind of piggybacking off of Member Garza's comments and questions about diversity, I would really like to make sure, and I know that we've discussed this, about making sure that we had not only our teachers and principals and administrators to be able to speak languages that are spoken in those schools. I think that's really important, in particular when we want our parents involved, which I know we do, because that's important for the students, and to make sure that there's, for instance, in the wraparound services, that we have folks that speak the same language as the students, because that makes it incredibly difficult. So I just wanted to make sure that we keep that at the forefront when we're also recruiting.
Yeah, that's a great comment. One of the things we did in my last network is we ensured, and this was a requirement imposed by me, no matter what school we were in, because most of our schools had majority Hispanic, the office managers had to be bilingual, because that's the person who greets people at the door, who answers the problem, and then refers them to the right person. And so that was really important to do. I don't know if we can require that here, but that's the intent. That's the thought process, is to do what you're asking for, Trustee Mendoza.
Any other questions from the board? Yes, Ozanne Bandy.
Thank you, Superintendent, for the information you've provided in this presentation tonight. The Sunrise Centers are a huge, huge opportunity to support our students and families as they face challenges that, have a lot to do with our achievement gap and just the systemic things that we've seen go on and unanswered. So I'm looking at some of the details of that, and it looks like one in each division, 2 additional ones based on geographic need. It looks like we have a date of November 1st. And
yes,
so, 2023, this year. And then also need legal review to provide funds for collaboration with city and nonprofit organizations. So just wondering, it sounds like the plan is not fully fleshed out just yet. We have to go through legal review. So I'm wondering, just want to understand, what does that look like between now and November? Because, again, this is a huge opportunity for us.
Yeah, thank you for asking. Yes, it's what we want to do. We have to identify the centers. We have to work with the community members to make sure we're in the best place where there's other services. The reason why we have to go through legal review is we have to be sure we don't have a gift of public funds, meaning we can't just give money to community groups. It has to be channeled in a way where that money actually returns to our families, our kids. And there's ways to do it so that we're not just giving $2 million to this community, right? It has to come back to our kids. So we're okay if we pay utilities at a community center if that center serves our kids who are going there. You follow me? So we might pay for the utilities of a facility. We may add on to a facility and things like that. So that's why the legal review. But there's no question that we can help the community help us, and that's what the goal is. Does that make sense?
It does. Initially it sounded like it was going to be something that we did, so that's why I want we meeting HISD, like we set up a center. So this is a collaboration with existing organizations.
Yeah. So we want to do what's called the force multiplier, right? We want to make sure that we take advantage of things that are already there. We don't need to supplant a community group doing good things for kids. We need to support them to do more good things for our kids, right? And so if we can co-locate, let's try to do that. If we have to build a wing to it and it doesn't cost that much money, or a few more offices, then we can do that. But I think the community is invested in our kids. There's several places around. There's a big city, and there's already communities doing great things for our kids and our families. So if we can co-locate, we will.
Thank you for that, because again, kind of back to the pre-K conversation, and then for me, even earlier than that, right, from 18 months on, it seems like we have a capacity issue. To your point, there have to be certain facilities, and by we again, I mean HISD. So collaboration and co-location with existing facilities as far as expanding our pre-K and early childhood capacity, is that also something that we're exploring?
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what we're trying to do. So if we know that there are a lot of facilities providing early childhood education, if we can support and have more kids, HISD Kids Serve, we can do that. I have to admit, I don't have all the information around all the early childhood that's happening outside of HISD. And so I'll find out more. We'll focus on both the expansion of the kids in our schools and in the early childhood, but collaboration with others outside who can help more kids, that's also important.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Superintendent. That concludes the Destination.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you. The Destination 2035 presentation and discussion. Next, we will consider the superintendent's agenda items. Board policy requires board members to abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest. Board policy BBFA local defines a conflict of interest as any circumstance that could cast doubt on a board member's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interests. We will now consider items held for abstention and or discussion. Our first item held from the consent agenda is item number 2, approval of the 2023-2024 recommended budget. This item was held for discussion by board member Rolando Martinez. Mr. Martinez, you have the floor.
Thank you. So you answered some of the questions, Superintendent Miles, when you were giving the presentation. So there was one question that I had. The previous board had already recommended $25 million cuts from central office, and I think at the last presentation we mentioned $50 million. Is that in addition to, or is that $25 million, part of that 50?
Hello. So as I understand it, the last administration had proposed $15 million, and our proposal is $30 million. The $15 million comes from not counting vacancies mostly, and ours is not just vacancies, but also other cuts.
And then as a follow-up, I know we talked about reorganization in central office. Is there a plan as far as when we're going to do that and a time frame for that?
Yes, sir. Thanks for asking. We are doing it in a phased way. It won't feel phased for some folks, but for example, our operations office, custodians, nutritionists, bus drivers, no reorg is happening that I know of this summer. Wanda Paul may do some reorganization throughout the year, and we'll notify you of anything major, but I don't think there's anything major at this time. Partly because the buses are running, food is being provided this summer, custodians are cleaning the buildings and doing our gymnasium floors and all the other things that have to be done. So that is not being reorganized. We are, though, reorganizing some of the other central office functions like school leadership, chief academic office, and human relations, HR. We're trying to do that by the end of June, at least identifying the positions or people so that they have an opportunity to find jobs or to apply for other jobs within the district or elsewhere. We could have waited and dragged this out for another month, but then by the time we get to July, end of July, that doesn't seem fair to people. So that's why the rush right now.
One additional question, I think you answered it, but I just want to make sure that the community hears it. Wraparound specialists will remain for this year.
Wraparound specialists in the schools, I think there's one in every school, there are 274 of them, will remain in the schools this year.
Thank you.
May I have a motion on item number 2, approval of the 2023-2024 recommended budget?
Madam President, I move to approve this item.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion by any other board member related to this item? We will now vote on the motion to approve item number 2, approval of the 2023-2024 recommended budget. All in favor, please raise your hand. You may lower your hands. All opposed, please raise your hands. The motion passes. Our last item held from the consent agenda is item number 3, approval to temporarily suspend board policy EHBJ local, special programs, innovative and magnet programs. This item was held for discussion by board member Rolando Martinez. May I have a motion?
Madam President, I move to approve this item.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Martinez, do you have any items to discuss?
Yes, thank you again. So when it comes to magnet programs, I know this is a very important topic to our community members. It historically has been. So if my figures are correct, there's about 3,000 students that are currently enrolled in magnet programs in the NES schools. 20%, at least by policy, has to be out of zone. The question I would have is, are there any consequences of suspending this policy, whereas in the future we may need additional seats at other schools where we may need to bus additional students? Ideally, obviously, we don't want to bus students, but is that a possible consequence of this?
I don't believe so, because we're going to accommodate magnet programs in the NES schools. Not only are we going to accommodate the magnet programs in the NES schools, but we're going to provide for more experiences, more programs. Those of you who have looked closely at the Third Future Schools model, for example, know that not only do kids get an elective every day where most of the magnet programs sit in the NES schools, but on top of that, they get additional experiences. Things like photography, like martial arts, like dance, like violin, like any number of programs for kids. So kids will be able to do even more. But the answer to your question is we're going to provide those magnet programs. So I think out-of-zone folks who bring their kids to the NES schools magnet programs out of zone can continue to go there knowing that the programs, that the kids will get more. And by the way, we need to do more than a magnet program that has guitar and dance. That's important. We're going to keep that. And on top of that, we need to do more. When you look at some of the magnet schools in some of the areas of town, those schools offer way more programming, way more opportunities for kids. So one of the things we have to do in our NES schools, and not just NES is a start, right? We have to have equity of programming, but not just a little program here or there. Yes, it's going to take some time. There's nothing magic here. There's no magic wand. But you'll see right away that not only will we keep what we're doing, we're going to add to what we're doing, especially in the underserved communities.
And I want to follow up with that, if I may. Yeah. And so to your point, Superintendent Miles, it is an underserved community. When we see the magnet schools across the district, many of them are pretty much centralized in specific geographic areas. So my suggestion is from a community perspective is that in the future, as we develop, or if they are developing new magnet schools, that we consider this area where NES schools are, that we consider Southeast where limited magnet schools, that we consider Third Ward, that we consider other areas as we develop magnet schools.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion, Ms. Ozanne Bandy?
So last week when we were talking about this and reviewing it, there were a few questions that we had that I know you said you wanted to talk to some of the principals this week, just about specifics with their programs, what would continue, how we would enhance the programs, and just wondering how those conversations went, any feedback, any revelations that came out of those conversations this week?
Yes, so we asked all the principals, my staff did, to give more detail around the magnet programs. And again, once we had the principals identified, and I have information about that I can give the board later, we're going to sit down and make sure that the magnet programs are accommodated. And what I learned is that almost every program can be accommodated in the NES schools. So they gave a little bit more details, but it was about the number of hours, the time frame, the schedule, and again, there may be shifts in the schedule, but not shift in the programming. Meaning we'll still have dance, we'll still have guitar, we'll still have environmental science, we'll still have those sorts of things.
Thank you for that. And just a follow-up question. There's been some concern about who would be teaching these classes to our children and to our students in NES schools. And I know we talked about maybe contractors and things like that. How are we going to rate the performance even of our magnet programs, right? There's no STAR test for dance. There's no STAR test for guitar. How do we know that a magnet program, even photography and additional activities, meeting the needs of our students and giving them the exposure that they need?
Yeah, thanks for asking. So we rarely do anything, or we will rarely do anything without some sort of metric that says, this is a good photography class, this is a good dance class. If it says Chapter 21 teacher, certified teacher, that teacher will have what we call student learning objectives, goals that the teacher sets that are measurable. So let's say it's a dance teacher. So what is it, teacher, that you want your kids to learn and you can measure in 3 months and then 6 months? What is it? Is it the number of pirouettes? I'm not a dance teacher, obviously, but is it the number of different movements for modern dance? What is it exactly that you're going to teach the kids? Is it a routine is it choreographing a dance? Is that what you're going to do? Whatever it is, you have to set a goal for that. And we will measure it mid-year and end of semester, or at the quarter and at the end of the semester. And every teacher will have an SLO if they don't have a assessment like a STAR.
Any other questions from the board on this item number 3? Mr. Martinez?
So you mentioned contractors. Are these contractors in the building the entire day, or will there be assigned specific periods where they go in and out? Of course, with 10 and 9 employees, there's some restrictions there.
Yeah, we're hoping to take advantage of the expertise of people in the community. We know that the community is rich with experiences. Some are retired, some are part-time. So the answer to the question is some consultants, community consultants, will work 8 hours in a week. Some will work 20 hours in a week. We have what's called a dyad coordinator to coordinate this for our schools. And so I use the example of photographer, but I can use the example of a person who does martial arts, or a person who does dance, or a person who does fitness in the community. Many people teach, like piano teachers. Piano teachers teach kids after school or on weekends. That same piano teacher may be able to teach our kids during the day. And so we have contracted with piano teachers who have their own business. We have contracted with people who do fitness, health and fitness, who do spin class. We have contracted with photographers. We have contracted with people that have their own dojo, karate dojo, who during the day come and teach our kids. So it really depends on what's available in the community. It's been a great way, and it will be a great way for us to engage the community and for the community to be in our schools. Obviously, there will be background checked and things like that. But I think it's a great community engagement, and everywhere we've been, the community loves this program. And usually the kids will say this is the part they like the best.
Sorry, one more question. You're absolutely right, Superintendent Miles. When I hear from the community, especially at the elementary age level, that is one of the motivators why they're going to school in addition to their teachers and their friends. With regard to evaluating these community members, will they be reporting to the principals or someone at central office? And then who gets to make determinations about hiring terminations with those particular subset of employees?
That's a great question. The answer is they can't be 1099 employees if you control what they do. What we have to do is make sure we have experts and professionals, a professional photographer, a professional karate person, a person who does karate, as part of their job. We bring those people in and we observe them. We try not to do the same metrics, so they're not Chapter 21 employees. They're community consultants paid on a 1099. So by employment law, you can't tell them exactly how to do their job, otherwise they're not consultants, they're employees. So we will evaluate how they perform their function, and as long as they're teaching the kids the skills that we ask them to teach, meaning like photography, then they'll be okay. If they're not, it's a 1099. We don't need to bring them back the next day, and that's a call of the principal.
Any other questions on this item? We'll now vote on the motion to approve item number 3, approval to temporarily suspend board policy EHBJ local, special programs, innovative and magnet programs. All in favor, please raise your hand. You may lower your hands. All opposed, please raise your hand. The motion passes. We'll now vote to, we are now ready to consider the remainder of tonight's agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the balance of tonight's agenda by consensus?
Madam President, I move.
Is there a second?
Motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll now vote on the motion to approve the balance of tonight's agenda by consensus. All in favor, please raise your hand. You may lower your hands. All opposed, please raise your hand. The motion passes. The next item on our agenda is consideration and approval of minutes from May 4th, May 11th, and May 18th, 2023 minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the board meetings held on May 4th, 11th, and 18th, 2023?
Madam President, I so move.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the May minutes, please raise your hand. You may lower your hands. All opposed, please raise your hand. The motion passes. The next item on our agenda is reports from the superintendent. Mr. Superintendent, do you have any additional reports for us at this time?
No, Madam President.
We're now ready to hear reports and comments from board members, and I'll speak first. Thank you all for attending. We appreciate your interest in the success of our students and in our district. As a board, we believe these meetings are a valuable opportunity for us to hear from individuals and for the community to be able to view the board at work. These meetings do not give us the opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue with the community that we volunteered to serve. To that end, the board will spend the summer seeking out opportunities to learn more from families, from educators, and the greater HISD community. We plan to participate in the superintendent's family events, which will take place in July and August. These events will take place at campuses across the district, and families should sign up and submit their questions on the HISD website. These events start next week. Is that right, Mr. Miles?
Yes, ma'am.
So please go to the HISD website to check out the locations for those events. We'll be working to meet with each elected trustee in hopes of getting to know the unique perspectives of their trustee districts. And again, we appreciate the support of the trustees. We will meet with community organizations and leaders in July to help build a plan to engage the full community in August. And in August, we will launch our own series of events to hear directly from the community as we craft the goals and constraints that will set HISD on a path to better outcomes for our students. We look forward to seeing all of you and many more members of HISD's community over the summer. The board will now adjourn to closed session under Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code, Open Meetings Act, subsections 551.004 through 551.089. Should board action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in the closed session be required, such final vote action, or decision shall be taken at open meeting, at the open meeting covered by this notice upon the reconvening of this public meeting or at a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The board has adjourned to closed session at 7:48 p.m. on this day, June 2nd, 2023.
The four small siblings who survived the jungle have become national treasures in Colombia.
They taught us what survival is all about. They are now part of our history. They are the children of peace and the children of Colombia.
Their story of resilience in the face of a cascade of impossible obstacles has turned them into big celebrities, and that opens the door to a world of opportunities.
God left them for great things because they are children of the miracle.
These kids have a bright future ahead outside of the jungle. No doubt there will be opportunities for education. There will be other opportunities to develop other academic skills, perhaps scholarships. Who knows? Maybe they'll be asked to write a book or give a lecture circuit because their story continues to captivate this entire nation.
But fame in Colombia has its price. You see, in that country, ransom is currency, and these children now have a heavy price tag on their heads.
It is wonderful these kids have been rescued from the jungle, but it's sad that they won't be able to go back to the life that they knew. They're simply too high profile, and in terms of the guerrillas and the other rebel groups, they are perfect targets for kidnapping.
So the question, where can they live safely and in peace?
I do not believe that they are going to go back to a small village in the middle of the Amazon, in the middle of nowhere, and live there, when here they are going to be treated like heroes. They are going to be helped. They are going to be given a house. Whenever Leslie goes to school, she may go to a university, whatever it is. Nobody's going to forget about these little kids.
There are other, more immediate problems the children face. There's a bitter custody battle brewing between their father and maternal grandparents.
Will two of them go with their natural father, Manuel? Will two of them go with the grandmother? Will all of them stay together? That's all being worked out as the Colombian government investigates what is the best living situation for these children once they're released from medical care here in Bogota.
Magdalena's family claims Manuel was a cheater and an abusive husband, even attacking her with a machete.
Excuse my language. He is a son of a bitch, and now I feel hate. I don't want to see him in person.
The grandparents want to raise the kids themselves and cut him out.
Our hope is that I will be responsible for them, and they will come home with me and their grandmother.
Manuel admits he cheated, but vehemently denies the abuse allegations, claiming he only wanted what's best for his family, which is why he was trying to fly them out of harm's way in the first place.
I never abused my wife or my children. It's a lie. Tell me, if I had abused her just as the dad, mom, uncle, and I don't know who said, would she have come to find me here in Bogota? She wouldn't have done it.
Sources with direct knowledge on the ground in Colombia tell us the two oldest children have made it clear from their hospital beds they want nothing to do with their stepfather.
The stepfather is being hated by the two oldest girls. They don't want to see him. He was a very violent guy. The older daughter said that she saw one day when he tried to slit her mother's throat, so she doesn't want to see this guy.
The father says, no, that is for me. The grandfather says, no, that's for me. But other
members of the family say, no, we have to make a deal. We have to speak and make a deal and look what is the best for the children.
It's going to be a long process to stabilize their situation. The mourning of the loss of their mother is not simple.
However it works out, one thing is crystal clear. Those 40 days in the jungle have changed these 4 lives forever. Coming up.
It's so strange that that dog ran away, right?
Wilson, Come Home. The search for the search dog that found the kids first.
Why is everything so stressful when you're leaving for the airport? It's as if everything that could go wrong goes wrong. Allie knows that Uber Reserve lets you schedule your ride up to 30 days in advance, so she has one less thing to worry about. Nice one, Allie from 2 weeks ago. Reserve, so it's the last thing on your mind. Introducing Uber Reserve. Get your ride right.
Save now on favorites for the 4th of July and beyond when you take an extra 20% off. You'll find stylish summer essentials for every occasion under the sun, all for low prices. At Kohl's.
Oof, gotta get rid of this.
Tell me why.
Cause it stinks.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh?
It helps remove odors 3 times better than detergent alone.
It worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh.
Pure Leaf says no to settling. Yes to more favorites. No to blah. Yes to juicy peach, zesty lemon, and ripe raspberry flavors. No to artificial flavors and sweeteners. Yes to more Pure Leaf favorites.
Lowe's knows you never come in for just one thing.
So we've got to know a lot of things about a lot of things.
Like which mower makes the cut, the mulch that finishes the look, and picking a color that pops. You got this. We got you.
You want to tell me where the hell we're going?
Manhattan.
Negan is on the island.
We gotta find a way out.
It's one hot summer. Can the Texas power grid handle the heat? Fox 26's Lena DeFlorius keeps you current. Weekday mornings 4 to 7 on Wake Up.
I'm in love. Is he blackmailing you?
Tuesday, you're invited to Fox Movie Night
Mom, this whole thing is ridiculous. The sooner you realize that, the better off we'll be.
with Marcia Gay Harden, Aiden Quinn, and Halston Sage.
It's perfect. Now it's too much.
The television premiere of Daughter of the Bride, Tuesday on Fox.
It's an out-of-this-world celebrity competition.
Oh, God.
Stars on Mars, coming up next on Fox.
TMZ has broken some of the biggest stories in pop culture for nearly 2 decades. Now, TMZ documentaries continue to break new ground, digging far below the surface on stories that have captivated audiences, stories in the zeitgeist of pop culture. TMZ documentaries available on Hulu and Tubi. The 4 kids who got lost in the jungle spent most of their time just trying to survive, looking for food, water, protecting themselves from animals and the elements. The one bright spot came out of nowhere, literally, when Wilson the rescue dog suddenly appeared. He stayed with the children for a couple of days before rescuers came, but for some reason, no one knows, Wilson just disappeared.
With this type of dog, it's impossible for them to run away, right? Like that dog Wilson, right?
That picture Leslie drew in the hospital said it all. Wilson was a symbol of hope. Leslie gave her drawing to one of her rescuers. The story isn't complete until we know the fate of Wilson, and rescue teams are working tirelessly to find him.
The Army is doing everything they can to find Wilson. They put out food, they put out the uniform of his trainer in hopes that it attracts his smell. They have even sent female dogs who are in heat in the hope that that would attract Wilson to come out of the jungle and be found.
But if we've learned anything from this story, it's that miracles can happen, even in a dark, dangerous place like the Amazon. And just as it did for those 4 kids, there's hope Wilson will catch a miracle himself. As for Leslie, Selene, Tien, and Christine, they have a new lease on life, a chance to grow and prosper, a chance for new beginnings, and quite the story to tell their own children someday, because they are the miracle children of the Amazon.
Viewer discretion is advised.
In the year 2023, 12 celebrities embarked on an unprecedented experiment. Their mission? To find out if they could survive life on Mars.
Where my space blaster at?
They've all come here to prove they have what it takes to survive in space. But only one will make it to the end and earn the title of the brightest star in the galaxy. To prepare, we've created a simulation, a 24-day experiment which will test which celebrities are the strongest,
Try me, alien.
the brightest,
Hold on, why don't we have all hands on deck? There we go. Hey, this a good job.
the bravest, and when the food runs out,
They're not feeding us.
who can handle the stress?
The mental side of this is torture.
We can't vote based off who we love having here.
Most will falter
Unfortunately, one of you has to go.
and be extracted from the simulation.
Oh my God, there's a fire! Emergency! It's an alien! Oh my God! You gotta move faster than that! Dog, John! Oh my God! We gotta go! This is gonna be tough!
I'm getting right in the damn.
Come on!
This is Stars on Mars.
I know when I was a kid, you sort of look out into the sky and space and you see planets and stars, and you could say, what would it be like to live on another planet? Are there other forms of life?
I was honestly inspired to be part of this experiment because I'm such a big space nerd. I love stuff like this, and it's too late for me to become an astronaut, so this is the closest I'll ever get.
This will be a true challenge.
I mean, I am standing here full glam in an astronaut outfit. How often do you get a chance to be on Mars?
HAB system activated. Life support online. Incoming astronaut. Incoming astronaut.
Oh my. Oh. Holy hell.
Welcome to the habitat.
Oh.
It is now safe to remove your helmet.
I've been walking for miles. I'm parched.
Scanning. Christopher Mintz-Plasse.
This looks incredible. A lot of money put into this.
Hello, Chris.
Hi.
Enter the decontamination zone. Push.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
Whew. Holy cow.
Decontamination in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to your celebrity hab.
Wow.
Your home throughout this Mars isolation experiment.
Oh my God.
It includes the command center for emergencies and missions, living quarters, the gymnasium for mandatory fitness, the biodome for your nutritional needs,
This is beautiful.
male and female sleeping quarters,
We are bunking.
a dining room, and a fully equipped state-of-the-art kitchen.
If this isn't drinkable, tell me now.
It's poison. Correction, it is not poison. Incoming astronaut.
Who's ready to party like it's Soul One on Mars?
Who's it gonna be?
It is now safe to remove your helmet.
Tilda Swinton? Timothy Chamberlain?
Decontaminating.
Nice.
Welcome Ronda Rousey, champion fighter.
Oh, what we got ourselves into, my friend. All right, this is gonna be you.
Oh, yay, we're locker buddies. Ooh, whew. Space is not great for my hair.
Incoming astronaut.
Who do you think it's gonna be? I want Matt Damon.
Matt Damon unavailable. Welcome Tom Schwartz.
Friends. Hi. Humans. Is there a Hal here? Is there like an AI thing that we can...
Hello Tom. Star of Vanderpump Rules. Currently known for Scandoval.
That's perfect. So I chose to do this little Stars on Mars experiment. Maybe ironically, I needed a break from reality, specifically my reality. Our show's actually kind of a derivative of The Housewives. It's Vanderpump Rules. It's like people who
I've
work in a
heard of
restaurant,
this show.
have sex with each other.
Jeez, we're not doing that here, I don't think.
Detecting multiple targets. Incoming astronaut. Welcome to the habitat. Tallulah Willis, daughter of Bruce and Demi. Scanning. Adam Rippon, Olympic figure skater.
This bag is heavy as hell.
Scanning. Portia Williams Gabadia, Real Housewife.
If I could walk around Atlanta, I could walk around in Mars. Try me, alien.
Welcome to the habitat. Tinashe, R&B recording artist. It is now safe to remove your helmet.
I'm stuck. You guys.
Please remove your helmet.
Okay. Finally.
Scanning. Ariel Winter, award-winning actor from Modern Family.
I am comfortable playing other characters, not playing myself, because the world is harsh, you know, and people, their comments are harsh. I was scared of doing this show for that reason. When I have to just be myself, it's an incredible challenge.
Welcome to Mars.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, we can hit something around here. Hey, John, you was whipping that thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean? They let black people on Mars?
Decontamination in 3, 2, 1. Scanning. Marshawn Lynch and Richard Sherman, teammates and NFL legends.
What up?
Yes.
It makes it a lot easier to have a friend with you because you're on Mars. Like, there's nothing familiar about any of this. This for show like jail. Yeah, the sleeping arrangements on Mars nasty as I ain't gonna lie, my cell was bigger than this.
Are y'all gonna be able to fit in the bed?
I don't know.
It is now safe to remove your helmet.
Dude.
Wait a minute.
That's
Yes. Is it Lance
Armstrong?
Scanning. Lance Armstrong, cyclist.
What's up, man?
Wow, this is exciting.
Lance.
Hello, Ariel. Nice to meet you. Lance Armstrong is a real freaking astronaut. He is a real astronaut. He is Lance Armstrong. confused. Like, is he going to end up being our judge?
What the hell are you doing here, man? The moon wasn't enough, you know? Yeah. There's probably 20-year-olds out there that get me confused with Neil Armstrong. If I were Neil Armstrong, I'd be dead. I prefer to be Lance Armstrong at this point.
Yeah, it's a movie called Superbad.
One of my favorite movies of all time.
Oh, thanks, dude. Thanks, man.
Yeah. I'm a little starstruck, I gotta be honest. Superbad may be the best movie of its kind. That was one of your first movies, wasn't it?
That was my first movie.
Your literal first movie?
My first movie ever.
I'm not gonna say what his name is in the movie because he's so sick of that. And I'm sure he still gets it everywhere he goes.
Hey, McLovin. I grew up on him as McLovin, so I'm gonna call him McLovin.
Attention. Incoming message from Mission Control.
Incoming message, guys!
Stand by for rules briefing with Mission Director Shatner.
Hello, Mars crew.
Hey, he's here!
Look at all of you, so excited. How's it going so far?
Great. Awesome.
It's good.
Just kidding. I can't hear you. There's currently a 17-minute delay between your base and me on Earth in Mission Control.
It is mind-blowing to see William Shatner. He is the original space boy. It's pretty surreal to have him a part of this experiment.
You have to listen to me very closely. There are not enough rations for everyone. Those not critical to the Mars simulation will be extracted. Sent home every 48 hours. The most powerful role on your crew will be the base commander. They're in charge. They will assign tasks and duties around the hab, and when emergency strikes, and it will, they'll lead you on missions necessary for your survival. Crucially, your base commander will help determine who is or isn't mission critical. You must choose your base commander for the first 48 hours now. Choose wisely.
With the fourth pick
The hooks of celebrities everywhere rests on your shoulders.
He looks amazing for his age.
You have 2 minutes to select your base commander. Your base commander will be your leader for the next 2 days.
Who does anybody want to be the commander?
Right now, I think everybody's just figuring out their footing and we're shaping each other up just to see, like, how are we best going to work together? Did anyone want to be the first base commander? Absolutely not.
No.
Yes.
No.
The next 2 days.
2 days? No, guys.
You got it, champ.
I know it's gonna be really awkward if I fail.
You never think about failing. You only think about succeeding.
My biggest fear is failure.
What about Lance?
I'm going outside.
The base commander will have exclusive use of their own sleeping quarters.
Sean, your base commander. Sean's base commander. Perfect. Let's go, champ. Go. Being base commander, I get my own little luxury sleeping situation, so I'm good with that. Hey.
Commander, your first mission starts now. There is a 12
We have
crew
a lot of
member
3D
trapped in
printers,
a pod with dwindling oxygen. Choose 2 crew members. Their mission is to rescue your stranded crewmate.
Oh, like, damn, I guess it's time to take care of business. So look, this what's up. Lance and Rhonda, we need y'all to partner up.
They couldn't land their correctly, and we gotta go rescue them.
I'm gonna need y'all to go and get them. You feel what I'm talking about? What did you want it?
Oxygen levels in the stranded pod are critical. Deploy your rescue team immediately.
All right, get them dressed. Get them dressed.
Suit him up!
Good job, Adam. Good. There you go, baby. We gotta send a team out there. It might be Beyonce.
Fudge Stripes, magic is here. The man with the troublesome hemorrhoid enters the room.
Excuse me.
That wasn't me.
Said Hillary, who's only taken 347 steps today.
I cycled here.
Speaking of cycles, Mary's period is due to start in 3 days.
How do they know so much about us?
You're all sharing health data without realizing it. That's how I know about Kevin's rash. Who's next? Wait, what's that in your hand? No, stop! Oh, you're no fun.
Sure, there's food at home. But is there a McDouble with extra pickles, a side of fries, and a high C at home? Don't be ridiculous.
AT&T and Verizon rope you in with phone offers, then bind you to a 3-year device contract. Break free with T-Mobile. Introducing Go 5G Plus, the plan that always gives new and existing customers the same great device deals.
And you're upgrade ready in 2 years versus 3.
There's 2 new crimes to solve.
The baking kind, not the murdery kind.
Fox Monday. The mysteries have the baker's aprons and knots.
The clafoutis.
Tutti frutti.
What's a frangipan? That sounds made up, guys.
All new Crime Scene Kitchen, Monday at 9 on Fox.
Base Commander Marchand, Lance and Rhonda are out rescuing your 12th crew member. You must establish communications with them to find out their status.
No. You need to go here. Listen to ESPN.
Did you hack the system?
ESPN is not available in
People
your
have
region.
become conditioned
Comms
to
established.
being relevant during campaign season, but being forgotten otherwise. What I want to do is restore people's confidence in the fact that you are not just relevant during campaign season, but I will deliver the change that you are looking for and deserve.
Marshawn. Hey, can you hear me, bro? I just want to make sure you're behaving. Hey. I think we go through here, right?
Oh my God, it looks like Mars.
Trash is cash for 13-year-old Anthony Gonzalez.
There we go.
There she is.
He calls his business the Garbage Kid. Scraping, soaping, and crawling into garbage cans, caked and baked in the Texas sun, smelling like dirty diapers.
First, I thought it really wouldn't be that hard to clean. It would be really easy, but that changed as soon as I washed my first one.
It's a grimy job. He takes
Clean it thoroughly.
biking between customers in New
She's a
Caney,
comedian.
charging just $10.
What did you think I said? A
Each
pedian?
can takes about 40 minutes. How's business this summer?
Popping. A lot of people. It's really good.
He's got marketing down too. Posting before-after pictures of his work online to his Garbage Kid Facebook page.
One of the trash cans I did smell like my dog when it came back from outside. Definitely not a good smell.
Skills I'm bringing to Mars. Let's see here. I can cook a chicken.
Tasha?
Yes.
Tom, nice to meet you.
Mission
They got a lot of
successful.
grease down there.
Anthony
All crew
using the
now
profits
safely
to buy
contained.
sporting equipment for other
You are
children.
140 million miles
That was
from
my
Earth.
goal. It's to help kids.
Marchand, you can find today's base
He's a
duties on
baseball
the Base
player and
Commander
a
console.
huge
You
Astros
must
fan.
assign them to your crew.
And all two
You are responsible for maintaining
A
your
team
ration
working hard
inventory.
this summer, hoping his business reaches the big leagues.
So what y'all got to do
Offering
is y'all got to
Garbage Kid
count and
services
categorize
to his
the
favorite
food
player.
and rations.
Of course I will. That's Altuve.
There will be no resupply. You must
Reporting in
maintain the
Houston, Matthew
biodome
Seedorf,
crops.
Fox
Chris and
26
Sean,
News.
Y'all gonna have to go do the same with the plants. You feel me?
You experience 66.2% less gravity on Mars. You must maintain fitness to prevent bone and muscle loss in this experiment.
To conclude this, I am IYD Commander, and if y'all need me, just give me a hootie hoo or a yee, and I will be there.
Like a hootie hoo! Yay! Marshawn is base commander? Okay. Y'all play too much, because how is he going to get all of us into formation when he's never in formation?
Base Commander, reporting for duty. The benefit to being a base
oversee the base duties.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Melissa Wilson.
Marshawn.
Mike 6, Mike 6.
Okay, what is that? 10
And that's when that deal really
10 cornflakes. When you first walk in the kitchen, it's like, yes, got a kitchen, got everything. No, we don't have a stove. We don't have an air fryer. And we have a lot of food that is air sealed in bags.
So, 1, 2, 3.
Which one did you just take that from?
So
okay, so let's not count that.
Five, 6. This sucks.
We don't have enough rations to last as long as we need them to last, so it's really cool that we're growing stuff.
2 tangerine trees at home. I've been known to kill all my plants, so that was a very rough start for me. But you gotta do the mundane tasks to survive on Mars.
Tell us what you think these are.
Olives?
Okay.
Here, I'll get them.
Thank you. I cannot reach that. So, Marshawn has given me and Adam the task of polishing the patches. Whoa! We hate to see it, you know?
I'm assuming that the patches are something that people in this simulation might earn on a mission. I actually love cleaning and organizing so much. Do you like folding things?
Yes, I love folding my
things.
laundry.
I love it.
It's awesome. God, I love
all
this
of my
for
things
us.
are like in like beautiful.
Same.
Okay.
Same. I love this for us.
Yeah, I love
this
it.
for us.
Survivalist.
Crew. Report for Sol 1 mandatory fitness.
You really call yourself an athlete?
Mike 2, number 2.
No. Cycling is that's an athletic thing.
When you are saying
my sporting career started 30 years ago, and so some folks might know me from that. They might know me from having just lived a very complicated public life. But I come from an endurance sport, and to me, this entire endeavor, that's all about endurance.
How long is that race?
3 weeks.
Yeah, I'm thinking like you're gonna say like a 50 miles.
You know what the average length of a football play is? From the time they say down set hut to the time the ref blows the whistle?
7 seconds.
7 seconds. Who's the athlete now?
Man, just cause you ride a bike for 3 weeks, like how athletic is this?
Coming up.
Okay, look, y'all gotta listen. If we don't hurry up, we're gonna miss the orbit. I'm standing here in a windstorm. Time is of the essence.
The name of the game. Someone has to go home.
Are you guys ready to see who is mission critical?
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, the network she can count on. And now she's got my plan, the game-changing new plan that lets her pick exactly what she wants and save on every perk. Sadie's getting her plan ready for a big trip. Travel pass on. Nice iPhone. Cute couple. Trips don't last forever, neither does summer love. So, Sadie's moving on. Apple Music? Check. Introducing My Plan, the first and only unlimited plan to give you exactly what you want, so you only pay for what you need. Act now and get iPhone 14 Pro Max on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
She's been a freak.
I know.
It's been a minute since we've been up here. I'm really glad we're doing this. Me too. Yeah.
That's the house right there.
We're here.
Hey, CoverGirls. Let's be simply ageless with America's #1 anti-aging foundation and the Triple Action Concealer to conceal, depuff, and care. And try Simply Ageless Lash Plumping Mascara. Simply Ageless from CoverGirl.
Lowe's knows you never come in for just one thing.
So we've got to know a lot of things about a lot of things.
Like which mower makes the cut, the mulch that finishes the look, and picking a color that pops. You got this. We got you.
He's a Houston News legend.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. I'm Jose Grignan.
Now, as he hangs up his mic for the last time, relive the moments that made up his career and endeared him to our city.
May this day's good news be yours.
Jose's remarkable run, tomorrow at 9 a.m. on Houston's Morning Show.
Fresh produce is the best produce. That's why at Kroger, we invest in local farmers to bring you the freshest Kroger, fresh for everyone. Make your summer special during the Kia Summer Sales Event with a dependable SUV or a powerful sedan. Get 3.25% APR for up to 48 months on the new 2023 Sorento.
We've always believed sport has the power to change lives. It's happened here for decades. Community happens here. Sport happens here. The all-new Dick's House of Sport, a new destination for sport, right here in Houston.
The Rooms to Go July 4th sale is going on now. So save big on the furniture you want. Get huge savings and special bonus buys for every room of your home. With living rooms on sale, bedrooms on sale, and dining rooms on sale. And it's about to get even better with 55-month interest-free financing. That's right. At Rooms to Go, you get both. Amazing sale prices and interest-free financing for 55 months. Don't wait. Shop the Rooms to Go July 4th sale going on now.
At Take 5, you stay in your car because we're faster than you think.
Oil change is done.
I didn't even finish my coffee yet.
Take 5 to stay in your car, 10-minute oil change.
Make your summer special during the Kia Summer Sales Event with a dependable SUV or a powerful sedan. Lease a new 2023 EV6 Win for $499 a month. When you download the Kroger app, you have easy access to savings every day and get personalized coupons sent straight to your phone. Save big today when you download the Kroger app. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Nah, hold on. Can I get y'all for a second?
Yes. All right, what's up?
This was our first day on Mars.
I cannot believe I'm here. I'm in a spacesuit on Mars, led by Marshawn.
The job is well done on the first day. For the task, so give yourself a round of applause. I would say we did a good job. We came together, you feel me, though, and we was able to accomplish some. Then we got Sherman and Chris. They took care of the plants and the farms and all that.
We got 14 blueberry plants in there, guys.
18 olives.
Marshawn is a wild card. You don't know what he's going to say. He's an incredible commander.
I think you did a good job, IYD. What's IYD?
I'm your daddy. Hey.
How am I supposed to be the comedian with you around?
I think we're all still trying to read each other out, and we're trying to figure out, like, what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses of everyone, how are we best going to work together, which is going to be really important the longer that we stay here.
I work out maybe I must say 50 times a whole year. So, I totally get that.
That's a lot.
Previous experiments have failed because people socially and mentally crack. And I feel like the social aspect is more important than anything because as human beings, that's kind of like our strength and our weakness. Tallulah, your parents are these amazing people that have achieved all these amazing things.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice for me, for my daughter,
Oh
to
my gosh.
help her through that experience or how it affected you?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in Idaho, and I knew my parents had this job that made them this thing, and we got to do cool stuff, but I didn't fully understand.
The only thing that I knew about Tallulah coming in here was she has two extremely famous parents, Demi Moore and Bruce Willis. And Tallulah is the quintessential Nepo baby. So, yeah, she should own it.
It was 2003. My mom had just started dating Ashton. It was that moment. It was there was a lot going on, and I really went inside of myself, and that did send me into a total dumpster fire. It was really hard, and I'm still unpacking. However, I found the other side of that, which is I really love myself now, and I love my family. Yeah, and I love my family.
There's not a lot of people that deal with that. So she's one of the ones I was, more concerned about, and someone that was thinking of oh my God, we need to make sure she's taken care of. Are you married?
I have a 5-year-old.
Oh, I have a 4-year-old.
You do? Isn't that the cutest age?
Oh my God.
I think friendship is the most important thing. So I was connecting with Portia because I think that she and I have a similar, our kids are the same age.
And you have one
2 stepsons?
No, my husband has 5 kids.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
Mhm.
Is that your ring? Damn.
Yeah.
It's insane. That's a space rock right there. I would raise 5 stepkids for that ring. Sure.
How many Super Bowl wins you got?
I only got one.
Just one. What?
One loss, one win.
I think it's important to make friends here. The first question is who wants to be here till the end? Marshawn is one of the toughest humans on the planet. He's certainly not in any hurry to leave. Now, going back to something very serious. Can I borrow your bathroom?
Hell no.
Please. I don't know that I can go like in the public thing. I'm a little weirded out by being in a bunk room with 6 other dudes and sharing a bathroom and sharing showers. But time is of the essence.
No, you can't in there, brother.
100%.
100,000.
All right, I'll be right back. He still moves well.
Look like he eat lima beans and like that, so it will not be no lima bean in my bathroom.
Huh? So, I just realized I made a huge mistake.
So who did you think he was?
Neil Armstrong. I'm not kidding.
Oh, yeah,
It's just
foot and mouth syndrome. She thought he was an actual astronaut.
I mean, it's funny. That was part of my fear coming on the show, was I was going to say something stupid, and I literally I outdid myself.
Don't take yourself too seriously.
Good night, honey.
Good night.
Commander signing off. Good night, Lance.
So far, I don't think we've really started to test ourselves, right? Living in a confined space for weeks on end, I think that's where this thing will start to unravel.
You know, I really have no idea what's in store for me. But, I mean, what could really prepare you for Mars? I don't know.
Coming up.
The solar winds, man. This is crazy.
I think a lot of us would have died if this was really Mars.
I can't muscle it.
Robo Pete in the house. Put it there. I'm just kidding. Yeah, Smart Water made a Robo Pete so the real Pete can keep it smart this summer. Now I can be here and here at the same time. When you stay hydrated, the summer could just go on and on. Water break. Pretty weird, right? I didn't come up with it. Keep it smart. It's a little awkward, but yeah, it beats being on set.
Got it. Oh, this is going to be the best summer ever.
What did you just say?
What are you doing
You better
here?
not be saying that this summer is going to be better than the one that we spent together, buddy. I mean, the parties, the pranks.
Yeah, that was fun, but I didn't have Dash Pass back then. I get 5 weeks of exclusive deals. I mean, this is incredible.
That's the second best thing that's ever happened in my mouth. Are you throwing a party? You didn't invite me?
Best your best summer with Summer of Dash Pass. Sign up now.
When the Davises booked their Verbo vacation home, they didn't know about this view. Or the 200-year-old tree in the backyard. Or their neighbors down the hill. But one thing they did know is exactly how much they'd pay. Because Verbo is different. You see the total price up front. Of course, it's good to leave room for some surprises.
What is this place?
The other side of the rest stop.
If you're looking for a first mate, I know a guy. Me.
Is this Oak?
You could save a ton with Progressive by bundling your boat or RV with your home and auto.
Hey guys! Free bags!
With Allegra, allergies don't hold us back. Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin. And unlike Zyrtec, it won't make us drowsy. Allegra gives you the fastest, non-drowsy 24-hour allergy relief so you can live your greatness.
trader.
Wow.
I wait for the best part there, Microwave. A dealer is going to deliver this car to our home.
Never leave home. Never leave home.
Oh, it's here. There is one thing I can't do from home.
Someone stop him.
All crew, report to the command center. Like astronauts on Mars, you will deal with constant emergencies.
Come on, Sean, emergency.
Here we go.
Here we go. Hello, Mars crew.
Guys, it's Shiny Daddy.
It seems the trend of
We have
shopping
an
at discount
emergency.
stores is not
A
only sticking,
fierce
it's
Martian
actually growing.
dust storm
The
is
number
headed
of
your way
shoppers that
and
make
has
over
already knocked over the
$100,000 a year that
communications
are turning
satellite tower.
to discount
If you
retailers,
fail today,
that's
Earth will be
increasing.
destroyed.
They're looking to get more bang for their buck. And when you look at dollar store foot traffic,
I read
there
that
was a
wrong.
4%
Your link
increase in shopping at those
between
stores
Mars and
compared
Earth
to
will be
last year
destroyed.
for those people making over
Still a
six
pretty big
figures.
deal.
Part of the reason is that inflation
This
has been
mission
sticky,
will
so
test your
bargain
leadership
shopping,
skills
that's
and
now
will
sticking
earn
around. Another reason is that the stigma that used to be around discount shopping, that seems to be disappearing. Just take a
I'm
listen to what the
downloading
ladies
all
of
of the
Lidl had to
information
say.
for your base commander now.
I can afford to shop in these other
Tallulah
places, but
is your
why would I
mission
spend more money
specialist.
if I can get a better deal?
This is an important role as the mission specialist is safe from extraction. Good luck, and remember, if you need anything at all, anything,
The benefit for grocery stores is when you
completely on your
attract a
own.
new customer, they often weave you into their routine, becoming a repeat customer. Grocery store Aldi is seeing that.
I
The
got
store
chosen
telling
for
us
mission
the
specialist,
average number of
which
visits to their store
is
has
very
increased
exciting.
Base
9.3% over
and
the
mission
past 3 years.
specialist remain at
Lidl, which
mission
is a
control.
German brand, is
Crew,
growing in popularity
prepare
in
for
the U.S.
deployment.
Part of the reason why is because of their really low prices.
I know it's going to be
The way that
a
they're
lot
able to keep
going
prices
on.
down is
So
that
if it gets to a point
80%
where
of the
it's
items
too
they sell
much,
here are
don't be
store
afraid to let
label
me know,
brands that
and
helps
I'll
to
jump
keep
in
those
there.
prices
But
low.
just remember,
In Syosset,
at the
New
end
York,
of the day,
I'm Madison
all
Allworth,
things fall
Fox
back on me.
Business.
Let's save this satellite.
And I feel right now I'm going to be a reflection of you, so make us both look good.
We are going to support our crew getting that tower back up.
People who
And in
completely fill up their
emergencies, we
cans and
rally.
just run out.
No, Karen, look, we've had to beef up our staff because you just can't have one person work anymore.
Louis Armstrong, I got your back, boy.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so here's the mission brief. We need our crew to find 3 satellite dishes and 2 antenna pieces and then successfully put back up the fallen comms tower before the communication window closes and the Mars orbiter misses the ecliptic plane.
I'm panicked out of my mind. But we also know that the name of the game
just refusing
is that
to accept
someone
a fair
has to go
contract.
home.
I'm very nervous. I'm not going to be able to carry my weight. This is not going to go well.
Let's go.
There we go.
I'm having a hard time doing anything other than, breathing. So I don't really think I would make it as an astronaut. Okay, so can we have Lance, Rhonda, and Ariel try to find the 2 rovers and turn the lights on to illuminate the area?
Got it. Here's the rover. Hey, Ariel.
Good. All right. So the rest of the crew, you're going to start to look for all the broken satellite components and the antennas to the tower. Please note that there are 3 satellite dishes and 2 antennas to repair.
I got an antenna. Who is this talking? I'm going to need you to identify yourself, gangster.
Look, right here, right here.
I don't know who the hell designed this, but this is really realistic. It was pitch black, and it was like wind. Then I realized I couldn't breathe it. It was sand. I'm definitely adding astronaut to my bio on Instagram.
We found the other one.
Nice.
Yes. I've located the satellite dish.
Is that Tinashe?
Yeah. You think we attach this on the other side?
Yellow parts for here. Yellow. This way.
I've never
this was really Mars up there.
Hey, look, I'm gonna tell y'all something, but I'm gonna need y'all to keep y'all composure. If we don't hurry up, we're gonna miss the orbit, and we cannot miss the orbit.
2 minutes remaining before satellite link fails.
You're gonna physically lift the tower with the winch engaged.
You know what a winch is?
If it's anything like a wrench, then we are.
There? We're good to go?
Yeah.
Where is the winch? What are we looking for? Are we looking for where to secure the winch? What? The winch.
Where's the winch?
The ring.
The winch is at the rover.
Copied. I got it.
Ariel, you're doing so amazing.
I got it.
You got it? Okay, there you go.
Is that enough slack?
A little more.
More slack.
More feet.
Me and Tom are trying to connect these two, like, clips.
One more foot. 7 inches. We're so close.
Oh, so close. Almost there. We're literally inches away.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
It's moving.
Wait, I need another inch. I can't muscle it.
Time is running out.
Stay calm.
Flight time today is 6 hours, 54 minutes.
Stay in your seats.
There are 200 people on this flight. If they try something, and then this plane goes down. Let me make you an offer.
Hijack, streaming soon, only on Apple TV Plus.
Fridays. It's almost like whoever named the best day of the week was trying to tell us to celebrate it with fries. Free Fries Friday at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Here you go. Well, that's us. Keebler Fudge Stripes. Magic is here.
Why is everything so stressful when you're leaving for the airport? It's as if everything that could go wrong goes wrong. Allie knows that Uber Reserve lets you schedule your ride up to 30 days in advance, so she has one less thing to worry about. Nice one, Allie from 2 weeks ago. Reserve, so it's the last thing on your mind. Introducing Uber Reserve. Get your ride right.
Wherever you are, be there with Starbucks ready-to-drink coffee.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty. Get 0% APR on the 2023 Tucson or up to $750 bonus cash. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Age comes with wisdom, and wisdom comes with benefits.
Dryer's broken.
Okay. You want to sock it. That's especially true when it comes to Medicare. So make the wise call and learn more about Cigna Medicare plans in your area.
With the fourth pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Amen Thompson from Oakland, California, an overtime elite.
The Rooms to Go July 4th sale is going on now. So save
Yeah, it
big
just
on the
feels,
furniture you
great
want.
to
Get
be a
huge
Houston
savings
Rocket,
and special bonus buys for
I thought I had
every
a,
room of your home.
looking over
with
here,
living
sorry.
rooms on sale.
I thought I had a
bedrooms on
great
sale,
interview, great
and
workout with
dining
them, and I
rooms
was
on
just,
sale. And it's
I
about to
thought
get even
I saw
better.
a family over there, I saw a
55-month
future in
interest-free
Houston, so
financing.
great
That's
to be
right.
there.
At Rooms to Go, you get both. Amazing sale prices and interest-free financing for 55 months. Don't wait. Shop the Rooms to Go July 4th sale going on now. It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Santa Fe with America's best warranty. Get 0% APR on the 2023 Santa Fe or up to $750 bonus cash. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
I need another inch.
Crew, you have 1 minute to raise the communications tower and connect to the incoming satellite.
I can't muscle it. I got. We're good. We're good. We're good.
There you go. Good job.
Me and Tinashe had like that Sistine Chapel moment, and that was like the final act in order to raise the tower.
That was some beast mode.
Beast mode.
There you go, baby.
Are we pulling the winch or are we pushing the tower?
You're going to physically lift
distracted, there's going to be an elimination. It really puts a damper on what should be a celebratory, climactic moment.
That was absolutely insane.
Crazy.
That tested everybody.
We are trauma bonded now.
we are.
Incoming message from Mission Control.
Great work, crew. The mission was a success.
Oh, Shotty Daddy.
It's time for a tough decision. One of your crewmates must be extracted. Who will be the first to exit the simulation? Good luck. Transmission over.
Base Commander, you must decide which 3 people wear the least mission critical.
Damn.
Are you kidding?
As far as individuals who was mission critical, Portia was engaged in, the things that were going on.
Yeah, and Ariel felt like she was very mission critical.
She was very mission critical. And then you have the individuals who, had to reach out, a couple of times and we wasn't getting a response back.
Let's do it.
For sure. Hey, family, what's going on? Hey! Y'all did a hell of a job out there on the mission.
It was all worth it to hear that.
Right on, right on, right on. But now we get to the hard part. So, this is who was mission critical.
Who was mission critical? Besides myself.
So I will need Portia. You mission critical.
Portia. Big crit.
Portia, you looking dirty as hell, girl.
Do you want your patch?
Yes, yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Leadership patch acquired.
Okay, next I will be needing Rhonda.
As an athlete, I'm competitive, and so if anybody is going to thrive in this kind of environment, I feel like it's me.
Miss Ariel.
Yep.
Definitely want to stay, but that mission was absolutely chaotic.
Here's your leadership badge.
A badge! Yes!
You look like a little Oompa Loompa. Miss Natasha. That is not mission critical.
You want to take it back?
And then next, Mr. Louis, a.k.a. Lance.
Yes, sir.
You are mission critical, young fella. Come on, OG. Damn. Boy, you done got you a tan out there, huh?
Here's your leadership patch, sir, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Boy, pick that long-ass head up, boy. Richard. Tinashe, come and step on through.
Group huddle.
Oh, boys! Who's the 3 frail white man?
Look, family, we got a decision to make. As a collective, we'll come together and figure out who was not mission critical. We got Tom, we got Adam, and we have Chris. And then I'm guessing that'll be the individual who will take a long walk off a short bridge.
Stay huddled together.
Oh, Annie, good luck.
It's not the house that's haunted, it's your son.
He's got your baby. He's got your baby.
Our family has been through a lot together, but I can still feel something following us.
There's so much you don't know, and I was too scared to tell you the truth.
This ends with me.
Insidious The Red Door, only in theaters July 7th. Rated PG-13.
Hey, CoverGirls. Let's be simply ageless. With America's #1 anti-aging foundation and the Triple Action Concealer to conceal, depuff, and care. And try Simply Ageless Lash Plumping Mascara. Simply Ageless from CoverGirl.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, the network she can count on. And now she has my plan. The game-changing new plan that lets her get exactly what she wants and save on every perk. Sadie is moving to the big city and making moves on her plan too. Apple One, on, Now she's got plenty of entertainment for the whole ride. Finally there. Hotspot on, and she's fully connected before her internet is even installed.
Hey, Mom. How's the apartment?
Introducing My Plan. Get exactly what you want, only pay for what you need. Act now and get it for $25 when you bring your phones. It's your Verizon.
Tonight, a 13-year-old entrepreneur from Houston turning trash into cash. His booming summer business just minutes away. But first, Superintendent Mike Miles giving his plan for the future of HISD. The vote on the budget coming up.
The debris is consistent with a catastrophic implosion.
Plus, a visit to the Titanic wreckage turning deadly. The new information tonight on when the sub imploded.
We're not the
And
same
reaction
thing for
from the
anyone,
Rockets
but we're
draft pick
something
of
for
Amon
everyone.
Thompson. We give
With
you the news
packing,
you need to
shipping,
know for
printing,
tonight
more,
and tomorrow
we're the
in
one
the
stop
first 15.
right around the corner.
Fox
Everything
26
you
News
need
at
to
9
make your small
starts
business
now.
the unstoppable store. The UPS store.
Tonight, a 13-year-old entrepreneur from Houston turning trash into cash. His booming summer
He's a
business
Houston
just minutes
news
away.
legend.
But first,
Hello, everybody,
Superintendent
and thank
Mike
you for
Miles
joining us.
giving
I'm
his
Chris
plan for the
Now,
future of
as he hangs up his
HISD.
mic
The
for the
vote on the
last
budget
time,
coming up.
he lived the moments that made up
The
his
debris
career
is
and endeared
consistent
him
with a
to our city.
catastrophic
May this day is good news.
implosion.
Be yours.
Plus, a
Hosting his
visit to the
remarkable
Titanic
run
wreckage
tomorrow
turning
at 9
deadly.
a.m.
The
on
new
Houston's
information
Morning
tonight
Show.
on when the sub imploded. And reaction from the Rockets draft
Now look,
pick
family,
of
we got a
Amon
decision
Thompson.
to make.
We give you the news
Out of
you need
these
to know
three,
for tonight and tomorrow
who was
in the first
mission
15. Fox
critical?
26 News at 9 starts
Chris,
now.
and Adam, step through.
The walk of shame.
Enter the decontamination zone.
The walk of shame.
Chris,
Ah,
we need to know why you were mission critical.
I'm getting emotional. There was 11 of you on that field. I was doing a favor by stepping out of the way. There was already too many people involved.
It was chaotic. It was chaos.
All right?
Level.
I
1,
didn't
2, 3, 4,
communicate with
5,
Chris.
6, 7,
I don't
8, 9.
know what he was doing during the mission.
He knew that he was liability and took himself out of the equation.
Got you. Adam,
Well, I think I'm critical because I'm one of the hottest people here. And I think that's important for any kind of challenge that we do here. That's being honest. I think that's being honest.
He's right.
That's true. That's true.
Adam was kind of with me because we didn't really know what to do. We were kind of trying to pretend we were helping. But we really were not helping.
you know how when people are under great duress, like a woman sees her child under a car and they get superhuman strength? For one moment, I had superhuman strength. I got, we're good.
We got it. Tom was mission critical. He was picking up things. He was definitely
What
in
I'm
the game.
saying to you all
any
today
negatives,
is
Tom?
our elected
All
board
right.
members
Mission
would never
critical.
allow
Tom.
any superintendent to miss public comment.
You were
It
mission
sends
critical.
a message of disrespect and unprofessionalism. I still don't have a clue what you're passing. It's like you borrowed a page from Nancy Pelosi of you have to approve it so we can know what's in it. That is not
I
appropriate.
was on
That
the
is not
chopping block,
transparency.
but I'm the best of the worst. So that's something, That's something.
So we got Chris and we got Adam.
They're making this really dramatic.
I know.
So I call him in?
Yeah. Call him in.
It's a unanimous decision.
The family has spoken.
Do we hold hands?
Adam, you are mission critical. Come on through.
Moving forward, we just have to assume things are going to go awry and go wrong. But I'm grateful to be here for another day.
Chris, this means you are not mission critical and must leave the hab immediately.
Find me on Instagram. All right?
Yes.
We love you, Chris.
That was a short trip to Mars. I'm not ready for Mars. Personally, don't think any of these stars are ready for Mars, except for maybe Ronda Rousey.
Check, check, check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. How's that?
When you got a commander,
all right, thank you.
and your commander is commanding you, if only y'all just stop talking and listen.
If only y'all stop talking. It's like when you was telling Pete, he was like, hey, Pete, if you just go weak, we score a touchdown.
But
and,
this
and
is
he like,
but this
run
is what it
strong
is.
into the overlap.
I'm the commander.
The difference between you and me is I'm standing here in a windstorm. Look. This season on Stars on Mars.
You guys are walking. Run your ass. You're gonna die.
Oh my God. You are killing me.
Oh my God, you guys.
Come on. What are you doing?
Start battle cry again?
I'm a little bit upset.
I pissed off way too many people.
No. Take this off.
The water's
Take
getting
this
out.
off.
If y'all vote me out, I'm going kicking and screaming. I swear to God.
Tonight, a 13-year-old entrepreneur from Houston turning trash into cash. His booming summer business just minutes away. But first, Superintendent Mike Miles giving his plan for the future of HISD. The vote on the budget coming up.
The debris is consistent with a catastrophic implosion.
Plus, a visit to the Titanic wreckage turning deadly. The new information tonight on when the sub imploded. And reaction from the Rockets draft pick of Amon Thompson. We give you the news you need to know for tonight and tomorrow in the first 15. Fox 26 News at 9 starts now. Good evening to you. I'm Rashi Vats. There are some big changes in store for Houston ISD. This is as leaders voted to approve a $2.2 billion budget for the upcoming school year. The unanimous approval comes with some deep cuts to central office and also contractor services. Fox 26's Sherman DeSalle joining us now live to break down this vote. Sherman.
Yeah, Rashi, Mike Miles' budget is now official. It comes with what you just mentioned, the vendor contracts being cut, some of them, and some central office positions being cut. This is a part of his overall plan to improve the district. Now, let's talk about what happened in the boardroom tonight. The setup was a lot different than last week, too. It was packed with a lot more attendees. Ahead of his presentation on school improvement, speakers came to give their concerns about the budget and the suspension of board policy for many magnet programs. Board members did have some questions about sustainability, though, and after hearing Mike Miles' response, the vote went through unanimously. We're expected to hear from the superintendent within a matter of minutes after his press conference starts, but here's some of what those attendees had to say about his absence during public comment and the now approved plans.
What I'm saying to you all today is our elected board members would never allow any superintendent to miss public comment. It sends a message of disrespect and unprofessionalism. I still don't have a clue what you're passing. It's like you borrowed a page from Nancy Pelosi of you have to approve it so we can know what's in it. That is not appropriate. That is not transparency.
Yeah, so shortly after that vote, the board also voted to approve the rest of the consent agenda, kind of put a rubber stamp on the rest of what was to be voted on tonight. That includes new evaluation systems for teachers and their administrators, and also the changes on those magnet programs. So we're expected to hear from the superintendent and more than likely the board president within the next few minutes. We'll have that on the News Edge at 10 o'clock tonight. Reporting from HISD headquarters, Sherman DeSalle, Fox 26 News.
Sherman, thank you. Well, just last night at this time, we had historic wind gusts recorded in the northern part of our viewing area. Cleanup began today with the aftermath of last night's storms. It left behind considerable damage. Neighborhoods in the Spring area saw downed trees and power lines. One tree destroyed an entire portion of a home. Well, Fox 26 is your Gulf Coast Weather Authority, and we have meteorologist Ramisha Shade. So, Ramisha, do we have a threat of storms tonight?
Well, we do have a small threat, but the radar looks nothing like it looked last night. This is last night from about 7 to 11 p.m. Severe storms are bearing down on the Houston area right around this time with those 60, 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts. And we even had a historic 97 mile per hour wind gust out at Bush Intercontinental Airport. Strongest wind gusts ever recorded since that airport has been there. So these storms were violent, they were dangerous. But the good news, the radar looks a whole lot different tonight. We've just got one or two tiny showers trying to pop up north of the Woodlands near Huntsville, New Waverly, and Willis. Nothing close to being severe. Other good news for tonight. Houston area has been taken out of that category 1 out of 5 risk for severe weather. It is still up towards Brenham and College Station, so I'm going to watch it closely. But for now, just a low shot for maybe 1 or 2 strong storms. The best chance will be before midnight, but for now, things are quiet.
We have an update tonight on the deadly tornado over in Matador, Texas. We first showed you the damage live last night, and tonight we have learned that 4 people died from that tornado. 10 others also hurt. Officials are now asking residents to be patient as crews work to fix the fallen power poles and restore power to the area.
We also have different places that folks can utilize. We have a senior citizen center that's set up as a cooling place for the folks that are here in town because the town is without power.
The last time a tornado passed through Matador was in 1984. It's still unclear if last night's storms played a role in a giant apartment fire. Tonight, the Red Cross is helping those families who are without homes after that fire broke out over in North Houston. It happened last night after the line of strong storms passed through the area near Northborough Drive. Fire crews managed to limit the fire to just 1 building, but say the storms made it very difficult to actually get to the complex. We spoke with one person who lost his home, but is grateful that someone woke him up to tell him to evacuate.
Next thing you know, it took them a long time to come or get through the gate over here to get the water. So next thing you know, it just bust out in flames from over there above us and all this right here. I'm glad somebody came and beat on the door for us. Otherwise, we'd have probably still been in there.
Authorities are still investigating the cause of the fire this evening. Thankfully, no one was injured. And while we're seeing high temperatures continue on, we do have some ways to keep your home cooler without increasing your utility bills. Those do include blocking out the sunlight by closing your curtains, blinds, or shades during the hottest part of the day, using fans to help circulate the air, opening windows early in the morning and late at night can also help, and cooking outdoors will help keep the inside from warming up. You might have to sweat a little, though. You can find a specific type of light bulbs that you should be using on our website, fox26houston.com. Well, tonight the search is over for the missing tourist submersible. A debris field near the Titanic wreckage was found earlier today. The slub imploded underwater, killing all 5 passengers on board. The findings come on the day that the U.S. Coast Guard estimated oxygen would run out. New tonight, the U.S. Navy acoustic system detected an anomaly Sunday that was likely the Titan's deadly explosion.
We found 5 different major pieces of debris that told us that it was the remains of the Titan. Within that large debris field, we found the front end bell of the pressure hull. That was the first indication that there was a catastrophic event.
Those on board included a British billionaire, French mariner, and members of a prominent Pakistani business family.
With the 4th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Amen Thompson from Oakland, California, an overtime elite.
That was the NBA commissioner as the Rockets made it official, drafting Amen Thompson with the 4th overall pick in tonight's NBA Draft. He was picked 1 spot ahead of his twin brother, Usher.
Yeah, it just feels, great to be a Houston Rocket. I thought I had looking over here, sorry. I thought I had a great interview, great workout with them, and I was just, I thought I saw a family over there. I saw a future in Houston, so it's great to be there.
Former UH star Jarice Walker was picked 8th overall tonight. He'll be playing for the Indiana Pacers. We'll have much more from the draft coming up later in sports. Still to come on the news at 9, find out how to get your electronic devices repaired for free while helping the environment. Plus, millions of baby shark bath toys recalled due to safety concerns, the risk and reported injuries, and how you can get a full refund. Next. Reported injuries and how you can get a full refund. Next.
Rise and thrive. Wake up with Sally Mack and Lena. Weekdays 4 a.m.
At Honda, we offer complimentary maintenance for 2 years or 24,000 miles. Just enjoy the ride, knowing we cover routine items like oil changes, tire Service Pass, available to purchasers of all 2023 Honda vehicles. Get yours today.
We've always believed sport has the power to change lives. It's happened here for decades. But it's not just a place where you can find sporting goods. Dreams happen here. Community happens here. Change happens here. Sport happens here. Introducing the all-new Dick's House of Sport. New products, new experiences, new services. A new destination for sport right here in Houston.
This new segment is brought to you by Ashley. This is home.
Sunday on Fox, the USFL playoffs take over prime time. It's what we've been waiting for. Birmingham will be rocking as the Stallions look to take the Southern Division crown against New Orleans.
Let's go! You're watching the first 15.
Well, an event this Saturday can help you save money on repairs and protect the environment as well. TXRX Labs is hosting a repair cafe with the city of Houston and several other groups. You can bring broken electronics, furniture, and even clothes. It's similar to a movement of fix-it clinics held around the country that can not only help you save money, but also emphasize the value of knowing how your stuff works and keep it out of landfills.
We have a lot of 3D printers and other sorts of equipment that allows us to really rapidly make small replacement parts, or we're also pretty handy, so we can often wing it. There's piles and piles of electronics garbage generated every day, and if we can save just a little bit of that.
The Repair Cafe is Saturday from 1 to 4 at 6501 Navigation Boulevard. It's free and donations are welcome. If you didn't catch that address or any of the information, we have it on the website, fox26houston.com. We have another recall tonight impacting frozen fruit, so take a look at your screen because we have both the bags there. According to the FDA, store brand frozen fruit distributed by Sunrise Growers may be contaminated with listeria. It's sold under several names, including Great Value at Walmart, 365 Organic at Whole Foods, Trader Joe's Organic at Trader Joe's, and Good & Gather at Target. It includes tropical pineapple, strawberries, and bananas, blackberries, also strawberries. If you have it in your home, you're asked to throw it right away and clean any surfaces it touched to kill any harmful bacteria. More than 7.5 million baby shark bath toys are being recalled. We're told about the Sing and Swim bath toys. That's which ones we're talking about. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says kids may slip in the tub or in a pool and fall onto the toy's hard plastic fin. The company Zuru received 12 reports of kids getting hurt, with 9 of them requiring stitches or medical attention. You can contact Zuru for a full refund. Still to come, almost 30 years since the tragic murder of 2 Houston teenagers. Hear the rare, emotional interview from one of the victims' parents as they remember their loss. Plus, Amanda Edwards opens up about her decision to leave the race for Houston mayor and run for Congress instead. And a teenager is earning some extra money this summer by doing what not everyone wants to do: meet the garbage kid. That's coming up. Go ahead, pull out your phone. You can scan this QR code, that is, Toad. What? It will take you to our website, fox26houston.com, where you'll find additional information on every story you just saw in the first 15. I'll have much more to come in just 2 minutes when I'm joined by my co-anchor, Caroline Collins.
Summer is here. Time to get out and save during the Rooms to Go Patio July 4th sale. Shop great outdoor dining sets like this or this on sale. Get this bonus buy. Buy an additional chair, get one free. Or add a pop of color to your patio with Adirondack chairs. Just $277 or $4.99 a pair. Buy 4 and get a free cocktail table. Save on this chat group. Or great seating like this. The Rooms to Go Patio July 4th sale is going on now.
Connect on a deeper level this summer. From spectacular new shows to thrills beyond compare, oceans of connections are waiting for you, only at SeaWorld San Antonio. Buy a SeaWorld pass and get Aquatica free during our 4th of July sale.
It may not seem like it, but this is actually progress in play.
Yeah, this is kind of a problem.
A Shell Energy 100% renewable electricity plant, lighting every soccer match at Shell Energy Stadium.
user compares hundreds of electric plans
Testing.
to find
1, 2,
the
3,
best
4, 5,
one for you,
testing.
saving time and hassle of searching for plans yourself. Don't overpay for
Okay.
electricity. Visit PowerWizard.com. A better way to shop for electricity.
They're here.
You brought all these players in your Buick?
Yep, got 3 rows.
So you.
Where do I plug in?
It's wireless.
That's so you. What do I do with these? Careful, it's kind of busy.
Oh, I got this with my superpowers.
And a little help from your Buick.
At the heart of every Buick SUV is you. Get this low mileage lease on this 2023 Buick Encore GX Preferred for.
We do have some breaking news we want to share with you. This tweet coming out from the Houston Fire Department. So they're saying that they're confirming 1 person has died from carbon monoxide poisoning. 6 transported to the hospital. This happening at an apartment complex on West 43rd Street. Crews found a generator inside of that apartment. Now we'll keep you posted on any developments on this breaking news story.
Now, Saturday marks the 30-year anniversary of the horrific murders of 2 teenage Houston girls.
For the first time in more than 2 decades, the parents of one of those girls sat down for an interview. Fox 26's Randy Wallace joining us now live from the newsroom with their story. Randy.
Yeah, Rossi, longtime Houstonians will never forget what happened to 14-year-old Jennifer Ertman and 16-year-old Elizabeth Pena. Their slayings were catalysts for change for crime victims.
It's not easy. There's not a day goes by that I don't think about her.
It's been more than 20 years since Adolph Pena and his wife Melissa have publicly talked about their 16-year-old daughter, Elizabeth.
We've missed out on a lot, not having her with us for the last 30 years.
June 24th, 1993.
They were just teenage girls on their way home.
Evil was waiting at the railroad trestle over White Oak Bayou.
If you've ever watched the National Geographic show, it's what lions do to gazelles. It was that horrific. It was like the entire city was just livid, shocked, angry.
5 members of a gang called the Black and White Gang were sentenced to death, the most death row sentences for the same crime in U.S. history. A juvenile got a life sentence.
All 6 of them were supposed to get executed, but that didn't happen. The Supreme Court changed that for us, which I'm really still pissed about.
Well, almost every one of them had already been involved in another murder, and that came out in court.
3 were executed. Thanks to Jennifer's dad, Randy Ertman, a law was enacted allowing crime victims to witness executions.
It was probably one of the happiest days of my life to see them 3 individuals that killed my daughter be executed for what they did. They deserved it.
I know it sounds terrible, but I really didn't feel anything. I was just glad it was done.
And now about 75% of victims' families have opted to be present at the execution.
Crime victim impact statements in court came about because of the Ertman-Pena case.
Before, the victims' families weren't treated with any kind of respect, really. I mean, we had no voice at all.
It was something that I was glad I was able to do, to tell them scumbags what it did to us.
Who had their sentences commuted to life are up for parole in 2029. Reporting live from the newsroom, Randy Wallace, Fox 26 News.
All right, Randy, thank you. A man from Baytown accused of animal cruelty appearing in court this morning. 44-year-old Justin Belton was arrested last Saturday. Investigators claim that he cut the legs or paws off of 6 live puppies. According to court documents, officials also found several other dogs being kept in unsanitary conditions. Belton is being held on a $100,000 bond. We are continuing to follow Attorney General Ken Paxton's upcoming impeachment trial as the state Senate revealed the rules. Now, this is what we know so far. He's been temporarily removed from office facing allegations ranging from corruption to bribery. The trial will begin September 5th. His wife, Senator Angela Paxton, will also be required to attend, but may not participate in any way. Senators will act as jurors. 2/3 are required to approve Paxton's permanent removal.
With surprise entries and exits, the dynamics of the Houston mayor's race shifted once again this week with Amanda Edwards altering political local course. With Sheila Jackson Lee hoping to fill the spot at City Hall, Edwards is hoping for a higher percentage play of becoming Jackson Lee's successor. She says at the end of the day, she wants to find the best way to serve her community.
People have become conditioned to being relevant during campaign season, but being forgotten otherwise. What I want to do is restore people's confidence in the fact that you are not just relevant during a campaign season, but I will deliver the change that you are looking for and deserve.
Edwards says she hasn't entirely ruled out the mayoral bid, that is, in case Jackson Lee decides to stay in Congress. This story is so neat. A Houston area 13-year-old has a new booming business getting a lot of attention on Facebook. So he calls himself the Garbage Kid, real cute kid, and he's making money this summer cleaning garbage cans. Fox 26's Matthew Seedorf meeting with the teenager tonight, hoping to grow his business to major league levels.
Trash is cash for 13-year-old Anthony Gonzalez. What's it like in there?
Nasty, smelly.
He calls his business the Garbage Kid. Scraping, soaping,
Very disgusting.
and crawling into garbage cans, caked and baked in the Texas sun, smelling like dirty diapers.
First, I thought they really wouldn't be that hard to clean. It would be really easy, but that changed as soon as I washed my first one.
It's a grimy job he takes
Really serious. Gotta clean it thoroughly.
biking between customers in New Caney, charging just $10. Each can takes about 40 minutes. How's business this summer?
Popping. A lot of people. Really good.
He's got marketing down too, posting before-after pictures of his work online to his Garbage Kid Facebook page.
One of the trash cans I did smell like my dog when it came back from outside.
It's not a good smell.
Definitely not a good smell.
So what I did is mowed lawns. So to me, that reminds me of myself. I didn't go to that extent. He is taking it extra, and he's working hard.
Pretty good. They got a lot of grease down there.
Anthony using the profits to buy sporting equipment for other children.
That was my main goal, just to help kids in need, help kids in Houston out.
He's a baseball player and a huge Astros fan.
Gotta be a Astros and Altuve fan.
A teen working hard this summer, hoping his business reaches the big leagues. Offering Garbage Kid services to his favorite player.
Of course I will. That's Altuve. Let's believe I will. For free.
Reporting in Houston, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 26 News.
He is something. Keep up the hard work. Well, coming up, more charges coming from the Rust movie tragedy. What it means for those involved. Plus, retail crime reaches record highs, costing businesses billions. The challenges facing small stores and the changes being made to combat this growing issue.
This new segment is brought to you by Richard's Total Backyard Solutions.
If you just set out to build an electric car, that's all it will ever be. An electric car. But the Polestar 2 is something more. Every detail designed to be quietly distinctive. Polestar 2. The way electric cars should be. Visit your local Polestar space to test drive and order today.
My name's Danny, and I absolutely love my F-150. I bought this particular truck because of the Blue Cruise. You literally let go of your hands. It just centers the car in the lane, follows the person in front of me, keeps a safe distance. In my experience, the Ford F-150 is the best in Texas.
Lease a new Ford F-150 for just $499 a month or choose 0% plus $750 cash. Both include complimentary maintenance.
Ford is the best in Texas.
The world never stops moving, growing, evolving. It demands energy that evolves with it. Meeting this challenge will take more than one solution and more than a little time.
advertisement for legal services.
The wind, the rumble, the freedom. It's just you and the open road. But if you've been injured in a motorcycle crash, this is no time to go it alone. Serious injuries warrant serious action. Call the law firm that Texas bikers have trusted since 1985. Call board-certified lawyer and former Judge Terry Bryant. 713-973-8888. 713-973-8888.
Join our team of educators at teachharriscounty.org.
Tonight on the Nightcap, we've got music on the mind.
Sometimes people think they're alone in the world, and then they hear a song and like, oh my God.
That's at 11:30 on Fox 26.
After Jey Uso's shocking decision, the Bloodline is now engulfed in a
The Rust movie production faces further complications as armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is charged with tampering with evidence. Prosecutors allege that she transferred narcotics on the day of the cinematographer Helena Hutchins' fatal shooting to cover her tracks. Gutierrez-Reed already facing involuntary manslaughter charges. Plans to plead not guilty to the new charge, according to her lawyer. Meanwhile, charges against Alec Baldwin, who accidentally fired the fatal shot, have been dropped due to, quote, new facts.
Well, Jose Grignon's remarkable run included time on the air in the Army, in Florida, and all over the Lone Star State. And lucky for us, the last 30 years had him right here at Fox 26. And tomorrow morning, he'll be right here for his final newscast. Was just telling Caroline about how it's so sad. Jose is retiring. We hope you will join us tomorrow for the big send-off. You'll hear from many of Jose's coworkers from over the years, visit with his family, and enjoy a look back at his work on the anchor desk and also in the community. It has been a remarkable run for him. Now make sure to tune in as we celebrate Jose Grignon on Houston's morning show tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. And then at 9:30 p.m. a special look back at his legendary career.
Coming up, Trump and DeSantis throwing shade at each other while former Texas congressman enters the race for president on the Republican side. What he's saying about the former president. And a hailstorm sends dozens of concertgoers to the hospital. The chaotic scene in the aftermath of the wicked weather event next. The aftermath of the wicked weather event next.
Fresh produce is the best produce. That's why at Kroger, we invest in local farmers to bring you the freshest seasonal picks. So no matter how you shop, your local produce always tastes as fresh as it gets. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
What did it take for me to beat lymphoma? It took an incorrect diagnosis, a failed stem cell transplant, and one call to MD Anderson Cancer Center to renew my hope. It took the brilliant minds of my oncologists and a groundbreaking clinical trial to defeat my cancer and trailblaze a path to help thousands more.
What will we do in the pursuit of making cancer history? Whatever it takes.
As mayor of Houston, when it comes to transportation, I often speak about the need for a paradigm shift. In 2019, voters approved the Metro Next plan for 500 miles of travel improvements. Metro is making progress on many of these transit projects that focus on making it better to move around our region. Learn more about this progress and how you can drive less and do more with Metro.
The GMC Sierra with hands-free driving. Yeah, it rocks. Or take 0.9% APR plus over 1,200 trade assistance and no monthly payments for 90 days on Sierra 5.3-liter V8 light-duty models.
Have a car? A title? You could get up to $10,000 with TitleMax. Go to TitleMax.com and enter your car year, make, and model. See how much you could get. Check out TitleMax.com for the most cash you need. Check out TitleMax.com and shop us for rates. Check out TitleMax.com. All credit types accepted. Find out why so many people say,
I got my title back with TitleMax.
I got my title back
sleeper, or Beauty Rest Select mattress in your choice of sizes for only $5.95. That's 3 great brands. Any size, one low price. Twin, full, queen, even a king-size mattress, just $5.95. Plus, check out all our other great mattress buys during the Rooms to Go July 4th mattress sale going on now.
When you download the Kroger app, you have easy access to savings every day and get personalized coupons sent straight to your phone. Save.
The two leading candidates for the Republican presidential nomination are stepping up their attacks against each other.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says that Trump is lying about his record running the Sunshine State during the pandemic, calling him Lockdown Ron.
When you are saying that Cuomo did better on COVID than Florida did, you are revealing yourself to just be full of it. Nobody believes that.
Well, Hurd becomes the 12th Republican to run in 2024, and pundits say that while his chances are very slim, it's possible that voters may prefer a fresh voice. Right now, former President Trump is leading Governor DeSantis by more than 30 points.
The dark horse candidate can pull this off. One, you can't be afraid of Donald Trump. Too many of these candidates in this race are afraid of Donald Trump. But we also have to articulate a different vision.
All right. Well, we are going to try to beat the heat and help you out with temperatures in Houston hitting higher than 100. Believe it or not, number of residents don't have air conditioning. Many seniors, as a result, are beating the heat at the Sunnyside Multi-Service Center. They're receiving mobile air conditioners that can roll from room to room. Without them, the heat can become a deadly situation.
We had to open the doors, kind of sleep in the living room to try to, with the fans on. It was pretty rough last night.
You literally leave your doors open at night?
Lately, since it's been getting hot like that.
If you need an air conditioner, you're asked to reach out to the Harris County Area Agency on Aging. We have their phone number and some tips on how to beat the heat as well on our website.
Nearly 100 people injured after being pelted by hail during a storm last night at Red Rocks Amphitheater in Colorado. Officials say that many people at the venue ran for cover as hail, some as big as golf balls, came crashing down. Of those hurt, 7 were sent to the hospital. Injuries are ranging from cuts to broken bones. The crowd gathered for a concert featuring one of One Direction's members, or former members, Louis Tomlinson, when the hailstorm hit. Well, this just in. Now we're going to go to weather here because it got pretty crazy last night, and the Lone Star College is closing some of its campuses tomorrow due to not having power. Fox 26, meanwhile, is your Gulf Coast Weather Authority, so we are definitely keeping tabs on this.
As you mentioned just a few seconds ago, crazy weather last night. Thank goodness we're not dealing with that tonight. Much different picture as we check out a live view of Houston. Last night at this time, we had lightning strikes almost every second as those severe storms were rolling through. We had wind gusts over 70, even over 80 miles per hour for parts of the area. Some of you picked up a lot of damage. Some trees were blown down. Of course, we had that small aircraft at Hooks Airport that was flipped due to that very strong wind, and numerous power outages. Hundreds of thousands of you without power, and some of you still without power tonight. So fortunately, our radar looks a lot different tonight. We do still have a low threat for an isolated strong storm or two out there. Notice over towards eastern Liberty and Chambers County, we did have one strong storm get going, but it never reached severe limits. It kind of fell apart. Thank goodness for us. As far as right now, over the last 30 minutes, up until now, we've had a few showers in between Willis, New Waverly, and Huntsville, but they're not really turning into any big-time storms. So we've been spared so far tonight, and hopefully that will continue. I think for the rest of the night, there's still a low shot that we could have a storm or two get going. Highest risk would be north and west of Houston up towards Brenham, College Station, where we do still have a Category 1 out of 5 threat for severe storms. But at least Houston has been taken out of that severe risk for tonight. But there could still be an isolated strong storm or two tonight, and once again for Friday afternoon. If you're looking for rain, hopefully you get some tonight or tomorrow, because after that, the door closes for any threat for rain for at least about a week. We are back to a hot and dry weather pattern. So make sure you have our Fox 26 weather app so you can keep keep track of the building heat wave and also any threat for storms. Speaking of heat, we're already under that heat advisory that continues through 10 p.m. tomorrow night, and we're likely going to go back into that excessive heat warning category as we go into the weekend and into next week. Those temps will really start to build and the humidity will remain high. Even tomorrow feels like temps anywhere from 105 to 110 likely for much of the Houston area. So that, of course, is in that heat advisory criteria. Maybe you have plans to take a dip in the pool. Maybe you don't have to work. Maybe you're going to get off early. Maybe you have the day off and you just want to have some fun in the backyard. It is still going to be hot and uncomfortable out there, so make sure that you're using the sunscreen, drinking plenty of water, finding the shaded spots. Maybe take a break indoors for a little bit if you can. If you're going to be out there enjoying some pool time, though, you may have to dodge an isolated storm in the afternoon, but there's an 80% chance that it will be dry. Only a slim storm chance tomorrow as those temps soar to the upper 90s. That's likely going to be the coolest day out of the next week or so. Check this out, 99 Saturday and then a stretch of triple digits all the way through late next week. So if you get some rain over the next 24 hours, count yourself lucky because we're not going to have much of it over the next week. We do have a lot of rain, though, associated with Tropical Storm Brett. It is pushing over Barbados at this time, and it is going to move into other portions of the Lesser Antilles as we go into the next 24 hours. This is where we have tropical storm warnings as it pushes west into the Caribbean for this weekend. It is forecast to fall apart by Sunday, so it will not reach us. Also, Tropical Depression number 4 out in the central Atlantic should stay away from us as well as it weakens early next week. So we're safe from the tropical troubles, but we're not safe from the heat. We got a stretch of triple digits for much of next week, so be careful out there and be ready for more excessive heat warnings.
Coming up next, the denim debate continues. Find out expert tips on washing your jeans or discover surprising alternatives that might just change your laundry game.
And coming up on The News Edge, a new milestone for the state of Texas when it comes to demographics. Plus, a guy with zero experience in basketball is getting a chance to participate in the NBA draft. Why he says it pays off to read the fine print. Why he says it pays off to read the fine print.
And the whole world is wondering, what's it going to take to stop this U.S. team?
APR financing on a new 2023 Subaru Ascent. Going on now.
It's Houston content galore. The Fox 26 YouTube page. Subscribe today.
Jose Altuve leads the Astros against Mookie Betts and the Dodgers.
Monster shot! Saturday at 6 on Fox 26. It's one hot summer. Can the Texas Power Grid handle the heat? Fox 26's lead.
If you're one of those people who like to listen to music or a podcast while you work, Spotify is changing the way its app looks on a desktop. The music streaming service announced users will be able to get more information on the songs that they're listening to with a now playing view. Artists, tour dates, and merch information about the current song playing will display on the right-hand side. The left-hand side of the desktop will have users' libraries where music and podcast playlists can be quickly accessed. Spotify says it'll roll out the remodeling to all desktop users this week.
So get ready to join the conversation tonight. We're talking about how often you wash your jeans. It's been a debate for ages. I didn't know about this, but apparently Levi's design director Paul O'Neill suggests that you wash your jeans every 30 to 50 wears using cold water and air drying. If washing isn't your thing, try the freezer or vinegar spray. Stylist Jane Herman says that it's up to you as denim is pretty versatile. So time to tell 26. Take the poll online at fox26houston.com or by taking out your smartphone, and you can point it at the QR code that you see there and you can go ahead and vote. Most of you are saying that, yeah, after several uses, you go ahead and do them. All right, go ahead and vote.
Well, coming up, a surprising trend as wealthy shoppers flock to discount stores. Find out why those making six figures are hitting the dollar store aisles. Plus, a fearless mini pig takes on a bear in a hilarious face-to-face off. You won't want to miss this. Yes, face-to-face off. You won't want to miss this.
News is brought to you by Air Specialist Heating and Air Conditioning. Excellent quality at a fair price.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty. Get 0% APR on the 2023 Tucson or up to $750 bonus cash. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Welcome to QVC, where we bring the fun, the life to shopping. Where product descriptions aren't sleepy words, but instead are alive with demos by creators, chats with inventors, and recos from hosts who know the most. Anytime, anywhere. Because we believe those who love to shop deserve a living, breathing way to shop. At QVC, we bring life to products and products to life.
Our priorities, they've changed.
Hey Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever.
The world never stops moving, growing, evolving. It demands energy that evolves with it. Meeting this challenge will take more than one solution and more than a little time. It's the work that makes progress possible. Work that drives us, inspires us to deliver the energy we need today while forging new paths to the future in ways that are affordable, reliable, and ever cleaner. That's energy in progress.
There's a powerful beast said to be roaming these woods. And if you listen carefully, you can hear it. And sometimes you can see its tracks. And every now and then, you get a quick glimpse of it.
Grandpa telling his stories again.
The 2023 Toyota Tundra. Better trucks make better stories. Toyota. Let's go places.
Show your best friend some love with the Flextra Credits electricity plan, where your 2 highest use days are free every week and you get 3 bill credits to cash in during your plan. Live in Flextra with Flextra Credits. Reliant. That's power. Your way.
You really think you can get me to like dark chocolate?
Without a doubt.
Won't it taste bitter?
Not this dark chocolate.
It's delicious. I told you it wasn't bitter.
Discover excellence. Expect delicious. Now available
APR on the 2023 Santa Fe or up to $750 bonus cash. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Inflation has even the very wealthy turning to discount stores.
That's right. Fox Business Network's Madison Allworth is at a discount grocery store in New York with more.
It seems the trend of shopping at discount stores is not only sticking, it's actually growing. The number of shoppers that make over $100,000 a year that are turning to discount retailers, that's increasing. They're looking to get more bang for their buck. And when you look at dollar store foot traffic, there was a 4% increase in shopping at those stores compared to last year for those people making over six figures. Part of the reason is that inflation has been sticky, so bargain shopping, that's now sticking around. Another reason is that the stigma that used to be around discount shopping, that seems to be disappearing. Just take a listen to what the ladies of Lidl had to say.
I can afford to shop in these other places, but why would I spend my money if I can get a better deal here?
I'm known amongst my friends as the person who knows their prices. So I do know my prices, and they call me, and they come here now.
Honestly, I come here for my grandkids, for the toys.
The benefit for grocery stores is when you attract a new customer, they often weave you into their routine, becoming a repeat customer. Grocery store Aldi is seeing that. The store telling us the average number of visits to their store has increased 9.3% over the past 3 years. Lidl, which is a German brand, is growing in popularity in the U.S., and part of the reason why is because of their really low prices. The way that they're able to keep prices down is that 80% of the items they sell here are store label brands. That helps to keep those prices low. In Syosset, New York, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Retail crime is at a record high, losing retailers about $100 billion a year. Now that's up from $94 billion in 2021 and $91 billion in 2020. In most states, the minimum to prosecute shoplifting as a felony is $950. Many retailers are trained to not go after the shoplifters. According to the International Retail Group, many small businesses just don't have enough money to close or relocate like some of these big stores in large cities have recently done. The stores that decide to stay open have to make some big changes, though.
We have people who completely fill up their hands and just run out. No care in the world.
We've had to beef up our staff because you just can't have one person work anymore.
Well, retailers like Walmart have also started locking up everyday items, including shaving cream, even Advil. So if you're a business owner, what can you do? Well, one group suggests installing plenty of security cameras and mirrors around the store, plus moving the register to the storefront and staffing multiple people per shift.
There's little movement as the Hollywood writers' strike is in its 8th week. The Writers Guild of America has been on strike since the beginning of May. Representatives from other unions, including SAG-AFTRA and the Directors Guild, were there to show their support. Writers say that they're fighting for, among other things, fair pay. One striking writer says that it's a fight many people can relate to.
It's been devalued and devalued, and I think that everyone can see some of themselves in the fight that we're having, standing up to companies who are just refusing to accept a fair contract.
The ongoing writers' strike is estimated to have cost the California economy more than $1 billion in economic output to date.
Well, there's a new trend called sleep tourism. It's exactly what it sounds like, traveling somewhere just to get some good sleep. Experts say that more hotels and resorts are buying into this trend. They're offering things from weighted blankets, heated covers, and scented pillows to sleepy time tea and diffusers and more. The Park Hyatt Hotel in New York even has mattresses that use AI to adjust to your body temperature to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
I'm all about this.
Yeah? I bet as a mom, maybe?
Well, just like as a human,
in general.
Just get a nice nap.
I love my bed.
Yes.
I can't imagine going somewhere else to nap.
Like different places around the world, I guess. All right, well, caught on camera up in Canada, a mini pig named Barbecue can be seen defending the farm, that is, from a bear. I just got it, Barbecue, get it? Well, the showdown was captured on a Vancouver Island farm's security footage where most animals can be seen running to hide, but not this hog. Barbecue, spelled like Barbie and then Q, waits until the bear is close and charges You can even see the bear waving the pig off, appearing to tell her to relax.
I think Houston got a lot of players that have great potential, and I think they have a scary future.
That was one of the newest Rockets, Amen Thompson, after being selected 4th overall in tonight's NBA draft. Amen was taken 1 pick ahead of his twin brother, Asar, and becomes the first pick under the new Rockets head coach, Ime Udoka. Thompson is perhaps the most athletic player in the draft, but has already shown an impressive ability as both a playmaker and a defender. He says that he is excited to team up with the Rockets guard Jalen Green.
I just see 2 very athletic guards who can push the tempo, push the pace, both ball handles. So, I like to be on a team with as many people who can make plays for others as possible, and I think that's what we got.
And just a short time ago, the Rockets made their 2nd pick of the first round, drafting Villanova star Cam Whitmore with 20th overall.
Former UH star Jarice Walker was picked 8th overall tonight. He'll be playing for the Indiana Pacers. Walker becomes the highest drafted Cougar since Hakeem Olajuwon went 1st overall back in 1984. He says the Pacers are getting a player ready to win.
I would say a hard worker and a versatile defender, and just a versatile all-around player as well. I feel like it's a lot of things I could do on the basketball court, and they'll see that when I get to the team and with practices and just more games under my belt once I start to get more comfortable.
Coming up tonight, how to navigate conversations with kids about Pride Month and answering their questions when it comes to the LGBTQ+ community. And later on The News Edge at 10, how a couple is getting a chance to explore space and create a legacy without even having to leave Earth. Plus Coco.
Pride Houston, welcome to Wakanda. Fashion show is underway. I'm Coco Dominguez. So much happening in the city. Also, the Rockets draft experience. I'll bring you all of that coming up tonight on the News Edge at 10 p.m. I'll bring you all of that coming up tonight on the News Edge at 10 p.m.
The GMC Sierra with hands-free driving. Yeah, it rocks. Or get 0.9% APR plus over 1,200 trade assistance and no monthly payments for 90 days on Sierra 5.3-liter V8 light-duty models.
The Rooms to Go July 4th sale is going on now. So save big on the furniture you want. Get huge savings and special bonus buys for every room of your home. With living rooms on sale, bedrooms on sale, and dining rooms on sale. And it's about to get even better with 55-month interest-free financing. That's right. At Rooms to Go, you get both. Amazing sale prices and interest-free financing for 55 months. Don't wait. Shop the Rooms to Go July 4th sale going on now.
So we're a family of 7. The new Expedition is just right for my family. Very comfortable. I mean, they all have their space now. My life is in that vehicle. So safety has to be important, and Ford does a great job with it. Best in Texas, best for me. I love it. I'm Jason, and I'm proud owner of a Ford Expedition Max.
Drive a 2023 Ford Expedition with 2.9 for 60 plus 1,000 bonus cash and complimentary maintenance.
Ford is the best in Texas. If you just set out to build an electric car, that's all it will ever be. An electric car. But the Polestar 2 is something more. Every detail designed to be quietly distinctive. Polestar 2. The way electric cars should be. Visit your local Polestar space to test drive and order today.
This newscast is brought to you by Volkswagen of Clear Lake, the #1 volume VW dealer in Texas.
The Bed Bath & Beyond brand is surviving on the World Wide Web. Overstock.com won an auction for the bankrupt retailer's intellectual property and digital assets. The e-commerce site's winning bid was reportedly $21.5 million. But a court still has to approve this purchase. In April, Bed Bath & Beyond filed for bankruptcy after sales dropped and numerous turnaround plans did not pan out. Since then, the retailer has been steadily closing all 360 of its stores. All right, check this out. A record-setting real estate listing in Los Angeles. According to the Wall Street Journal, the Bel Air estate known as Casa Encantada is listed for $250 million. The 40,000 square foot mansion already broke some records as the most expensive private home twice when it was sold in 1980 and in 2000. It's currently owned by billionaire financier Gary Winnick. If it sells for $250 million, it would break the current record set by a New York City penthouse that sold for $240 million.
The high-profile Pride Parade is this weekend. Young children may have plenty of questions about it. Plus, it may open up the conversation for others about their gender. Fox 26 anchor Melissa Wilson talked to a doctor who specializes in treatment for the LGBTQ+ community. She shares important advice about how to talk to your children in a healthy way about it all.
The theme for this weekend's Pride Parade is All We Need Is Love. Dr. Amy Dreyer shares that same emotional message when kids identify as LGBTQ.
I always get teary when I talk about this. I'm sorry, but like the single factor that allows these kids to thrive is one supporting adult. One supporting adult. And you don't have to understand it. I'm so sorry. But you need to be open. You need to be curious. You need to be tolerant. You need to make it clear that you will be on this journey with this kid hand in hand regardless.
For other children, Pride Month may bring about questions of what it is. Dr. Dreyer encourages parents to be ready for that conversation.
I don't know any children who don't love rainbows. And I see from very little kids asking, why are there so many rainbows?
The perfect opening for that important talk.
I don't answer more than I've been asked. So kids don't need the adult level explanation. All they need is that one little question asked. And I tend to turn it back on the child. So, Mommy, why are there so many rainbows? Well, what do you think about rainbows? Like, what do rainbows make you think about? What do you know about why there's so many rainbows this time of year? So just kind of teasing from the kid what they already know.
And then explaining how rainbows fit into Pride Month.
A rainbow is many different colors and could also kind of tell us about many different kinds of people and how a community could welcome many different kinds of people and be proud about that acceptance.
Dr. Dreyer also suggests parents be ready to answer questions about the dynamics of a family, which has been addressed on programs like Sesame Street. For instance, if your child has a friend with two moms or two dads.
If they're, seem confused or uncomfortable about it, I would say something to the effect of, there are so many kinds of love in this world, and this month is all about celebrating so many kinds of love. And Tommy's lucky enough to have, two people who really love him and really care for him who happen to both be women.
And don't you find that children really pick up off of their parents' energy so much? So if you're open and positive about it, that tends to pass down through the generations versus any type of negative comment ever about really anything.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And I think also something that we can instill in our kids, because these are universal values, right? Like these are universal values of acceptance and tolerance and self-efficacy, self-education.
And if you don't feel you have the right answers, many resources are available to help you find the right words, from websites to children's books. Dr. Dreyer not only encourages families to read aloud and have open-minded discussions, she also trains doctors in Houston through the Reach Institute about how to successfully monitor the mental health of all youth. Melissa Wilson, Fox 26 News.
All right, it's time now for the News Edge.
It sure is. Thanks, Rashi. Coming up on the News Edge at 10, a breakdown of Houston ISD's budget for the new school year and a new demographic milestone for the state of Texas, plus how a local TikTok star is getting national recognition. That all starts right now.
From Fox 26, the News Edge at 10 starts now.
Good evening, I'm Caroline Collins. Topping the rundown, a $2.2 billion budget for Houston ISD has been approved for the next school year. We're waiting to hear from the superintendent, but in the meantime, we check in with Fox 26's Sherman DeSalle, who attended tonight's board meeting. Sherman.
Yeah, Caroline, this was a continuation of the board meeting that we went to last week, where Mike Miles gave his presentation on the budget and what his plans were. He said it wasn't too big of a difference from the previous administration's dollar amount, but he said he wanted to prioritize some things. So here's what the budget comes with: some deep cuts to central office and central office positions, chief administrative positions, and vendor contractor services. There's also some new teacher evaluation systems for teachers and administrators, and it's going to temporarily suspend board policy for magnet schools. Many of those programs exist in the 29 schools in need of improvement. There were a lot more parents and educators and advocates in attendance tonight, many of them in opposition of the budget and the cuts. They say that there are still so many questions about this budget and the overall plan to improve HISD. And despite the concerns, the board approved this pretty quickly. So again, we're waiting to hear from the superintendent, Mike Miles. We may even hear from the board president. This is what they've been doing for the last couple of weeks after the board meeting. So hopefully we'll get some more answers soon. Caroline?
Sherman, how many positions are expected to be cut out of that central office?
That is a number that we have yet to confirm from the superintendent's office, but we did remember him saying that he wanted to make sure this budget could be approved by the end of this month, so that those who would lose those positions in the central office, in the chief administrative office, could have a nice amount of time to find some different positions elsewhere. Back to you.
Sherman, thanks for that breakdown. And just a reminder that next week, Houston ISD Superintendent Mike Miles will be holding two family events where he'll share information about his vision for the district. The first one is set for Tuesday, June 27th at Forest Brook Middle School, and the second on Thursday at Williams Middle School. He will also hold more events through the summer. To see the full list, just head on over to our website, fox26houston.com, and our free Fox 26 News app. And breaking news in Northwest Houston, Houston Fire has confirmed one person has died after a carbon monoxide leak. It all happening this morning at the Vintage Apartments on West 43rd Road Street. The hazmat team was called in after reports of a strange odor. 6 others were taken to the ER. Historic wind gusts were recorded in the northern parts of our viewing area during last night's storm, and man, were they strong. 80-mile-per-hour winds blowing over power lines, knocking out electricity for thousands of Spring residents. One tree destroyed the entire left portion of a family's home. The family had to sleep in their car overnight and are now trying to figure out their next steps.
It was such a dangerous situation. I was standing right there in that window looking as the tree was falling. And all I could say was to my kids, the tree is falling, run. I didn't have time to run. I just stood right here in the corner as it fell and the roof was falling in on me.
Wow. That family and other Spring residents are unsure of how long this cleanup process is going to take. And high winds flipping over a small plane at Hooks Airport last night near Tomball. This is Skyfox video of that area that you're looking at. There is still a chance for more storms tonight, unfortunately. So let's check in with meteorologist Ramisha Shade with what we can expect tonight and then into Friday. Ramisha.
Well, things look a lot better on our Fox Red radar tonight. No wind gusts from 40 all the way up to 97 miles per hour like some of you experienced last night. But we do still have a low risk for an isolated strong storm or two. We did have a strong storm get going just east of Liberty, but that one quickly fell apart. At this point, though, nothing strong or severe out there. There's a low shot for the overnight hours, but I think most of you will not have to worry about a big severe threat tonight. There's a 30% chance still for storms tonight, isolated storms Friday afternoon, and then after that we can say goodbye to those storm chances as that big heat dome starts to build back in. The rain goes away, but the heat intensifies. We already have a heat advisory through 10 p.m. tomorrow
Motion by Jeanette Lindner and a second by Angie Flowers. All in favor, please raise your hand. You may lower your hands. All opposed, please raise your hand. The motion passes. Are there any other motions?
Yes. I move that the board authorize the administration to settle the matter of Crystal Galvan versus HISD et al. In the District Court, Harris County, Texas, 151st Judicial District, cause number 2020-18751, on the terms discussed in closed session effective June 23rd, 2023.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Board Member Garza Lindner and a second by Ms. Mendoza. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, please raise your hand. The motion passes. Are there any other motions?
Yes, I move that the board authorize the administration to settle the subrogation lien of William Mitchum against Kelly Tully and Travelers Insurance for workers' compensation benefits. Travelers Insurance claim number IUM 4190 on the terms discussed in closed session effective June 23, 2023.
Is there a second?
A second.
We have a motion by Board Member Jeanette Garza Lindner and a second by Mr. Ravon. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, please raise your hand. The motion passes. Are there any other motions?
Yes, I move that the board authorize the administration to settle the matter of Simani versus Marath et al. Cause number D1GN 10007932 on the terms discussed in closed session effective June 23rd, 2023.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Board Member Garza Lindner and a second by Board Member Martinez. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, please raise your hands. The motion passes. Are there any other motions?
Yes, I move that the board approve the closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approve proposed terminations of continuing term and probationary contracts, approve end of term, terminations of probationary contracts, that the board approve proposed non-renewals of term contracts, that the board approve proposed suspensions without pay, that the board approve issuance of fourth-year probationary contracts, and that the board authorize the superintendent or his designee to provide notice of same, that the board approve separation and release agreements, that the board approve withdrawals of contract recommendations, and that the board approve issuance of final orders on contract terminations and non-renewals, as discussed in closed session, effective June 23rd, 2023.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Board Member Garza Lindner and a second by Board Member Mendoza. All in favor, please raise your hand. You may lower your hands. All opposed, please raise your hand. The motion passes. Are there any other motions?
Yes, I move that the board propose the termination of the employment contracts of Alvinus Franklin, Nathaniel Q. Henderson Elementary School Principal, and authorize the administration to provide notice to the employee of same on the terms discussed in closed session effective June 23rd, 2023.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion by Board Member Jeanette Garza Lindner and a second by Board Member Campo. All in favor, please raise your hand. You may lower your hands. All opposed, please raise your hand. The motion passes. Are there any additional motions?
Yes, I move that the board approve the employment contract and addendum number 1 of Mr. F. Mike Miles as superintendent of schools on the terms presented in closed session, and authorize the administration and board officers to execute same effective June 23rd, 2023.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Board Member Garza Lindner and a second by Board Member Mendoza. All in favor, please raise your hand. You may lower your hands. All opposed, please raise your hand. The motion passes. Are there any additional motions?
Yes, I move that the board grant the administration the authority to mediate and resolve EEOC charges as identified in closed session on the terms discussed in closed session effective June 23rd, 2023.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Board Member Garza Lindner, and a second by Board Member Campo. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, please raise your hand. The motion passes. Are there any additional motions?
No.
Thank you. The next regular board meeting will be held on August 10th, 2023. Agenda review for that meeting will be held on August 3rd, 2023. There being no further business, this meeting is officially adjourned at 10:09 p.m. Thank you.
Overall, and now an Indiana Pacer. Marcus Sasser was taken 25th and will join the Detroit Pistons. We will hear from fans' reactions at that draft party over at the Rockets watch party with Coco Dominguez later on in the show, so stay tuned. So speaking of the draft, Jordan Haber is making headlines for his ambitious goals after a bet from friends. He was determined to be a part of the NBA draft without having any basketball experience. The law school student started digging through the NBA's legal documents and found a loophole. He has been posting the play-by-play in his journey to the drafts on TikTok and to other social media platforms.
I want to show people that if you try something and work just a little bit harder than you usually do, then some incredible thing could happen.
The criteria to being an NBA draft prospect includes being
independence, and was in some ways a sort of Renaissance man in that he was an engineer and a scientist and a soldier, and extremely well educated, and had a sort of